strategic level militarily? And on a tactical level, was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch what our ally Israel has been able to do. And there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years. And part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particulars, but as the Secretary said, it was a U.S. strike. We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that,
what's up, guys? We're live. We're covering this press conference right now. Fuck it, just went live.
Yeah, right there.
Question to the Secretary first. Are you concerned whatsoever now about the reaction from U.S. allies given the strike, particularly those in the Gulf? And to the Chairman, if I may, I understand you don't want to speak to specific assets, force protection measures, but do you anticipate at least having to bring in any further assets from other theaters to aid in force protection over the coming days?
We certainly understand the challenges of allies in the region, and we have been respectful and in working in collaboration with them as it pertains to basing and sensitivities there. Ultimately, they've got a lot of assets and people in those locations also where American troops are co-located. So that's a consideration of ours. We've been in close consultation with them, and we appreciate the support that we have got.
Thanks for the question on sort of the global picture. And as you know, that's one of my jobs, is to look globally at the entire range of challenges. We are always carefully considering our force posture around the world and then offering options to the Secretary and to the President. I won't comment on any future things, but the American people should know that we carefully consider those moves around the world and try to modulate as needed our force structure in the region.
Absolutely. Yeah, right here.
Thank you. What communications are being sent to the Iranians right now, and is there any possibility of diplomacy now or in the coming days?
Fuck no.
I can only confirm that there are public and private messages being directly delivered to the Iranians in multiple channels, giving them every opportunity to come to the table. They understand precisely what the American position is, precisely what steps they can take to allow for peace, and we hope they do so. Yes.
The president may not want an open-ended conflict. The Iranians may disagree. Are you prepared for a protracted war?
Well, anything can happen in conflict. We acknowledge that. But the scope of this was intentionally limited. That's the message that we're sending. With the capabilities of the American military, nearly unlimited. So Iran, in that sense, has a choice. But we've made it very clear to them, this is nuclear sites, this is nuclear capabilities, this is the line that the president set, and we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. But I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Kurilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American if you had an opportunity to watch it in real time. And I think Tehran is certainly calculating the reality that planes flew from the middle of America in Missouri overnight, completely undetected over 3 of their most highly sensitive sites, and we were able to destroy nuclear capabilities. And our boys in those bombers are on their way home right now. We believe that'll have a clear psychological impact on how they view the future, and we certainly hope they take the path of negotiated peace. But I could not be more proud of how this building operated, of the precision, the sensitivity, and the professionalism of the troops involved in this effort. I will take one more. We'll take one more question. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Concerning the justification for these strikes, In March, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released their threat assessment, concluding, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear programs he suspended in 2003, unquote. So what new intelligence does the U.S. have since then that the Iranians have changed their position on nuclear weapons? And does this new intelligence come from
He's going to
US
say
sources and
classified
methods, or are we getting this information from other countries?
Well, I would just simply say that the president's made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests, reduce the Iranian nuclear program.
I mean, Israeli national interests.
Collective self-defense of ourselves and our allies. So he looked at all of it, understood the nature of the threat, and took bold action I think the American people would expect in a commander-in-chief. That's all we've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
What a bullshit press conference, man. What a fucking bullshit press conference, chat. Here, let's go ahead and play it from the beginning for you guys. Literally, dude. All right, let's play this from the beginning. They were on there for what, 20 minutes?
Well, thank you for joining us this morning. Last night on President Trump's orders, U.S. Central...
Good morning, guys. We're here. I figured, you know what? We're here.
That was easy.
Let's go ahead and listen to what the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, has to say about this situation.
Command conducted a precision strike in the middle of the night against 3 nuclear facilities in Iran, Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan, in order to destroy or severely degrade.
Because the Israelis couldn't do it themselves, so we had to come in and finish the job.
Iran's nuclear program. And as the chairman of the Joint...
Good morning, guys. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the stream, niggas. I'm here. I haven't slept, guys. I played like 2 games of Marvel Rivals with Chris, and I saw that Pete Hegseth was on. I said, you know what? Let's go fucking live. You know, it is what it is. I'm here.
Chiefs will demonstrate.
For those of you that are joining, we're playing the briefing from the beginning, and we're going to break this down. I see a lot of you guys are coming in, so come on. Get on in, guys. Get into the stream. We're going to break this. I'm going to take a piss and get a quick drink of water, and we're going to break this thing down, guys. I still haven't slept. Like the video on your way in. We're going to talk about this press conference. We're going to react to it. Let me take a quick piss. As the people file in, you know, let's get this thing going. Welcome to the stream, ninjas. Welcome to the stream. For those of you that are wondering, this is live from the Pentagon. Literally just 5 minutes ago, they got off. They just finished it. But I figured I'll go live and we'll talk about this. I'll stay on stream for maybe another hour or so. So give me 1 sec. Let me take a quick piss, get a drink, and we'll cover this press conference because this is a big fucking deal. All right, guys, we're going to break this thing down. Good morning, ninjas. We're going to break this thing down. Pete Hegseth just went live from the Pentagon covering this thing. Just so you guys know, with this, as far as this press conference goes, who is Pete Hegseth? He's the Secretary of Defense. Just so you guys know, that's like the president's right-hand man, commands the entire armed forces. For those of you that don't know who Pete Hegseth is, former, I think it was a correspondent on Fox News, has a huge alcohol problem, womanizer, which I guess we can give him a W for that one. Evangelical Christian, hardcore Zionist. Okay, so you guys have background on this guy. This guy also, you know, he did serve in the military, so I give him credit for there. He's actually like been in combat, unlike some other fucking former secretaries of defense. So I'll give him that. But yeah, dude. He's like the definition of a radical evangelical Christian. So take with that what you will. All right, let's get into this press conference. Literally just finished a little bit ago, not too long ago. It just finished. So we're gonna break this down, see what they got to say. Obviously, they're not gonna give everything for obvious reasons, but we'll take what we can from this thing. And I'm sure there's probably a Twitter space still going on post conference. So let's get into this thing. Hold on, let's see here. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm like kind of waiting for everybody to kind of file in because I know some of you guys are probably shocked that I'm even live right now. But obviously, this is a different time. Guys, this is I ain't gonna lie, bro. It's a little scary, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I'm getting like Iraq War vibes from this shit. You know what I mean? Like this is bringing back memories of like 2003. So, it is what it is. But let's go ahead. Let's play this. Let's play this thing.
Program, and as the chairman of the Joint Chiefs will demonstrate, it was an overwhelming success. The order we received from our commander-in-chief was focused, it was powerful, and it was clear. We devastated the Iranian nuclear program. But it's worth noting the operation did not target Iranian troops or the Iranian people. For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. Full stop. Thanks to President Trump's bold and visionary leadership and his commitment to peace through strength, Iran's nuclear...
If you guys watch my streams, you guys already know. Peace through strength. Every single time you guys hear that stupid ass fucking phrase, you guys should be questioning who is saying it. Okay? Peace through strength is a code phrase for neocon foreign policy. I'm going to say that again. Peace through strength, guys. Whenever someone says that, it is a phrase that is utilized by neocons all the time to rationalize interventionist type foreign policy, okay? If there's one thing you take away from my streams, guys, that's what that phrase means. It's literally Bush 2.0, Dick Cheney phrasing, neocons, Wolfowitz, Pearl, Fight, Rumsfeld, okay? It is the best way that they can conceal interventionist type foreign policy, peace through strength. It's bullshit. It's absolute bullshit. Because the reality is, when they're saying that, what they're really saying is peace after I punch you. Okay? Because I'll tell y'all this. Peace through strength only works if both parties have strength. If only one party has strength, that means they bully you, which is what we're able to do to a lot of countries. But real peace through strength is kind of what we have with North Korea. We don't like them, they don't like us, but we don't get involved in anything because we can significantly hurt each other in our foreign interests. That is actual peace through strength. But the way neocons phrase it is basically, I hit you, you know I'm the boss, I bully you, you do what I say. Okay?
Ambitions have been obliterated. Many presidents have dreamed of delivering the final blow to Iran's nuclear program.
And thank you so much to Sav for the gifted sub, and thank you to the real Stacy. Working at Nightlife in LA, I watched your stream last night on the way to work, and now after getting home from work, the grind don't stop. Cheers, man. I got you. Thank you so much, Stacy, for the support. Hey, man, you guys already know, man. My breakdowns, I'm going to keep it real with you guys, bro. I'm not going to fucking sit here and lie to you guys. You know what I mean? So, anyway, let's keep going.
And none could until President Trump. The operation President Trump planned was bold.
Also, I want to make this very clear to you guys. You guys got to remember that everyone in Trump's cabinet is always going to glaze, okay? Make no mistake about it. Peak Hegseth was nominated by Trump to be his Secretary of Defense, which means he has to go through what's called the Senate confirmation. And they whooped his ass in the hearing. I covered it on my show. And, you know, they attacked him for the sexual impropriety, the sexual assault, the alcoholism, the showing up to work smelling like booze, you know, the adultery, all this shit. You know, and obviously Trump stuck by him during the confirmation process. He did get confirmed by the skin of his teeth alongside Kash Patel. He also barely got through, and a couple other individuals. And, you know, just don't forget that Trump put him in that position, so his alliance is always going to be to Trump.
And it was brilliant.
See, glaze.
Showing the world that American deterrence is back. When this president...
American deterrence is back. Welcome to 2003, motherfuckers. Holy. Here we fucking go, bro. Is this Bush era too? Is this Bush era too?
Speaks, the world should listen. And the U.S. military, we can back it up. The most powerful military the world has ever known. No other country on planet Earth could have conducted the operation that the chairman is going to outline this morning. Not even close. Just like Soleimani found out in the first term, Iran found out when POTUS says 60 days that he seeks peace and negotiation, he means 60 days of peace and negotiation. Otherwise, that nuclear program, that nuclear capability will not exist. He meant it. This is not the previous administration. The President Trump said no nukes. He seeks peace, and Iran...
Thank you, Sirach No Diddy, with the 5 gifted subs.
Iran should take...
And guys, we're at 1288 for active supporters. It's at 1,300, man. 12 more people join up with the OSS, man. We grinding here for y'all. Let's go.
That path. He sent out a truth last night saying this: any retaliation by Iran against the United States of America will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. Signed, the President of the United States, Donald J. Trump. Iran would be smart to heed those words. He's said it before, and he means it. I want to give recognition to the Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the Joint Staff, General Eric Kurilla at CENTCOM, who did a phenomenal job, he and his staff, all of CENTCOM. Policy, across the board, this was a joint effort, and across the Pentagon effort. I want to recognize the pilots who flew those bombers, who flew those fighters, who flew those refuelers, warriors. I want to recognize the sailors on those destroyers, in those subs, on those carriers, warriors, all of them. I want to recognize our soldiers doing air defense, base defense, QRF, warriors, all of them. Every American involved in this operation performed flawlessly. And I want to give recognition to our allies in Israel as well. This is a plan that took months and weeks of positioning and preparation so that we could be ready when the President of the United States...
All right. So they have been planning like we said. Didn't do nothing. Subscribe. Shout out to you, bro.
Called. It took a great deal of precision. It involved misdirection and the highest of operational security. Our B-2s went in and out of downtown Tehran, not Tehran, excuse me, of these nuclear sites, in and out and back without the world knowing at all. In that way, it was historic. A strike that included the longest B-2 Spirit bomber mission since 2001 and the first operational employment of the MOP, a massive ordnance penetrator. The mission demonstrated to the world the level of joint and allied integration that speak to the strength of our alliance and our joint forces. As President Trump has stated, the United States does not seek war. But let me be clear. We will act swiftly and decisively when our people, our partners, or our interests are.
Gonna read chats here in a second, guys. Get them in while you guys can. Shout out to Waylon, subscribe for the year. Down the Monko to you, bro. Thank you to all you guys that are supporting, man, and joining the OSS. You guys are literally why, guys, like I said before, the more support I get on the OSS, the more people that are subscribing, the more I can dedicate to the show, dedicate to giving you guys real-time stuff, give you guys real breakdowns, real fucking time, and get your news through here, because obviously we watch the news together, and I kind of give you guys a little bit more background, you know, on what's going on here. So thank you guys so much for your support, man. Like I said, 10,000 strong is the fucking goal. 10,000 strong, you know, so there's so much on my mind right now when it comes to YouTube, guys, that I want to tell you guys about, but I'm going to reserve it for now. If you guys knew, you guys would be like, what the fuck?
Threatened. Iran should listen to the President of the United States and know that he means it, every word. I want to give congratulations to our Commander-in-Chief. It was an honor to watch him lead last night and throughout, and to our great American warriors on this successful operation. God bless our troops. God bless America. And we give glory to God for his providence and continue to ask for his protection. I turn it over now to the chairman for specifics.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Thanks for recognizing all of our folks out there doing our nation's work, and nice to see everybody on this early Sunday morning. Last night on the President's orders, U.S. Central Command.
All right, before he gets into it, let me just go ahead and read chats here. Johnny Boy goes, W. Myron at Night Takeover, got you, bro. Don Feo says, boom, boom, Tel Aviv, got you. Samira Madelson's 100 million to Trump came with a catch. Why isn't anyone talking about that? Bro, I've been talking about this forever. Nigga, I've been telling you guys, I was not happy on the camp. You guys will see it. I talked about Mira Madelson giving Trump $100 million the entire time. Look, I'll admit, I voted for him. I still think he would have done a better job than fucking Kamala Harris, regardless. I'm just not happy with how he's dealing with the Middle East, bro. I'm not happy with it. I'm not happy with it. But Mira Madelson, the $100 million came with a price tag, clearly. I thought Pete was against helping Israel. Was I wrong, or did he? No, dude, no. Guys, Pete Hegseth, let me give you niggas a breakdown on Pete Hegseth, bro. What the fuck? Okay, let me give you guys a little breakdown on this guy, all right? Quick little segue. Someone said, Pete Hegseth, let me show you how much these guys suck Israeli dick. Look at this. This was at his confirmation hearing. This guy's a hardcore fucking Zionist, bro. Hardcore. Now, look at this.
Let's move on.
Oh, another thing that they didn't like when they brought up on his confirmation hearing, and those of you, real G's that watch my channel, you guys know, we watched this hearing together. Remember this, guys? They asked him about that. He had another controversial thing where he said women shouldn't be in the military. WX out on that one. But look at this shit, bro.
You got a big 22 minutes.
Thank you.
This guy, Tom Cotton, another Zionist pussy.
Welcome, punch!
We've got a big audience here. Many of them seem to be patriotic supporters of you, Mr. Hegseth. Some of them seem to be liberal critics of you. I would note that it's only the liberal critics that have disrupted this hearing. As was my custom during the Biden administration, I want to give you a chance to respond to what they said about you. I think the first one accused you of being a Christian Zionist. I'm not really sure why that is a bad thing. I'm a Christian. I'm a Zionist. Zionism is that the Jewish people deserve a homeland in the ancient Holy Land where they've lived since the dawn of history. Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
Senator, I'm a Christian, and I robustly support the state of Israel and its existential defense, and the way America comes alongside them is a great ally.
Thank you, because another protest.
God fucking damn it, bro.
Sure, and I think this.
Yeah, let's go ahead and see who can suck more Z dick. Are you guys starting to get it now? Am I red pilling you guys enough? You got a senator asking the nominee for Secretary of Defense questions about his loyalty to a foreign country. And then it becomes a who loves Israel more conversation. Are you guys starting to get it now? People think, Myron, you're obsessed with Israel. You talk about this all the time. Yeah, because everyone else is too pussy to talk about it. There's only a couple real niggas that do this. Me, my guy Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens talks about it, Jake Shields, Dan Bilzerian, a couple others. There's less than 10 of us, honestly. There's probably less than 10 of us with big platforms. And we're dispersed. Right? So, every time I bring this up, I know a bunch of you guys are waking, like I'm red pilling someone new on this shit. And this was at his confirmation hearing. Fast forward, like what, 6 months later, 5 months later? And we're bombing their enemies.
This one was a member of Code Pink, which, by the way, is a Chinese Communist front group these days.
Okay, so anyway, I think you guys get the idea of where Pete Hegseth stands when it comes to Israel and Zionism. Pete been a snake since the jump. Look, I respect Pete because he actually served, unlike a lot of secretaries of defense. But he's wrong on Israel, bro. Like, evangelical Christians are retards. Kate Sheep, no, we got that one. Someone said Jugal Mountain. Oh, my God, you guys are cooking. How long do you think Iran can continue to send missiles to Israel? A long time, bro. They got a lot of missiles. Elvin Villa says, Bible says Jays that rejected Jesus are not true Jays and liars, and their synagogue is where Satan dwells. Not a house of worship. God isn't worshipped there. The synagogue belongs to the devil, their father. Okay, Don Fail, and that comes from the Bible, right? Sir Rock Nady, thanks for what you do, brother. It's greatly appreciated. /gang. Got you, sir. I think I usually watch on YouTube for convenience, but I joined OSS this morning because I want to show my support. Keep spreading the truth and doing all the great work you do. Yo, and I want to take this moment real quick. We're gonna get back into the Pentagon briefing, but as you guys start to pile into this stream, whether it be through YouTube or coming through Rumble, Locals, OSS, or Kick, I want to really take this moment to say thank you guys from the bottom of my heart, right? Because a lot of you guys don't even watch on Locals. A lot of you guys don't watch on the OSS stream. You guys watch on YouTube. You watch on Rumble. You watch on Kick. And some of you guys do watch on OSS because you guys love the chat in there. It's a little community that we're building. But the fact that you guys donate to the cause, support me, you're on a subscription, you're helping me out, and you're allowing me to continue to do this, right, without fear of being deplatformed or banned or any other shit because I got an army behind me. Thank you guys so much because you guys don't have to support, but you guys do support, and you guys still watch on YouTube, but you understand the mission, and you support on the OSS, and you'll watch on YouTube. And that's why I stay on YouTube even though I'm not getting paid for it, because I understand that for a lot of you guys, you have maybe TV set up to YouTube, you guys have it on your phone, you guys just like the UI better, maybe you have a premium account on YouTube. So I look at it like, you know what, dude? I'd rather get, 25%, 50% of the revenue that I'm owed from YouTube so that you guys can enjoy it. And if some of you guys participate and support me on OSS, that's more than enough. Because I know a lot of you guys don't like to get off YouTube, bro. So it's fine. You know what I mean? So yeah, thank you, bro. I want to say thank you to you, Sirach No Diddy, and Drew D11, who said that, saying I usually watch on YouTube for convenience, but I joined the OSS because to support you. So thank you, bro. That means a lot, man. It really does mean a lot. Ex Enigma, like you guys let me go in here, like you guys allow me to literally sit here and say fuck Israel. You guys understand how powerful that is? I'm only able to do that because you guys tell me, like because you guys support me. So I can literally say fuck the Jews and fuck Israel and not give a fuck because of you guys. So thank you for giving me that freedom. Okay, Ex Enigma. How come Israel's undeclared nuclear arsenal never gets questioned by mainstream media? Isn't that a major double standard? Enigma, you're waking up, bro. You're waking up. Now you're starting to wake up. That's how I know you're watching the streams and paying attention, baby. Hyman Slayer says, thanks for all that red pill, Myron. Got you guys. Got you, Hyman Slayer. Let's get back to the press conference.
And under the command of General Eric Kurilla, executed Operation Midnight Hammer, a deliberate and precise strike against 3 Iranian nuclear facilities. This was a complex and high-risk mission carried out with exceptional skill and discipline by our joint force. I want to thank every service member, planner, operator that made this mission possible. Their actions reflect the highest standards of the United States.
Gaben, thank you for the gifted sub. Now they're going to go into the details of how they did this. So this is actually going to be interesting, guys. Let's see how they actually fucking did this shit. Axe Survivor says, can you turn your mic up? I'm not trolling. It's always low and not my headphones. It's pretty high, man, but I'll turn it up a little bit for you.
States Armed Forces. This operation was designed to severely degrade Iran's nuclear weapons infrastructure. It was planned and executed across multiple
All right, turn up. You guys should be good.
Domains and theaters with coordination that reflects our ability to project power globally with speed and precision at the time and place of our nation's choosing. This was a highly classified mission with very few people in Washington knowing the timing or nature of this plan. I'll refer you to the graphic on the side as I walk you through some of the operational details. At midnight Friday into Saturday morning, a large B-2 strike package comprised of bombers launched from the continental United States. As part of the plan to maintain tactical surprise, part of the package proceeded to the west and into the Pacific as a decoy, a deception effort known only to an extremely small number of planners and key leaders here in Washington and in Tampa. The main strike package, comprised of 7 B-2 Spirit bombers, each with 2 crew members, proceeded quietly to the east with minimal communications. Throughout the 18-hour flight into the target area, the aircraft completed multiple in-flight refuelings. Once over land, the B-2s linked up with escort and support aircraft in a complex, tightly timed maneuver requiring exact synchronization across multiple platforms in a narrow piece of airspace, all done with minimal communications. This type of integration is exactly...
That was probably to ensure that they're not able to intercept any communication. That's why they barely spoke. So I'll reach out after this, guys. Let's keep listening in on how they actually pulled this shit off.
Exactly what our joint force does better than anyone else in the world. At approximately 5 p.m. Eastern Standard Time last night, and just prior to the strike package entering Iran, a U.S. submarine in the Central Command Area of Responsibility launched more than 24 Tomahawk land attack cruise missiles against key surface infrastructure targets at Esfahan. As the Operation Midnight Hammer strike package entered Iranian airspace, the U.S. employed several deception tactics, including decoys, as the 4th and 5th generation aircraft pushed out in front of the strike package at high altitude and high speed, sweeping in front of the package for enemy fighters and surface-to-air missile threats. The strike package was supported by U.S. Strategic Command, U.S. Transportation Command, U.S. Cyber Command, U.S. Space Command, U.S. Space Force, and U.S. European Command. As the strike package approached Fordo and Natanz, the U.S. protection package employed high-speed suppression weapons to ensure safe passage of the strike package, with fighter assets employing preemptive suppressing fires against any potential Iranian surface-to-air threats.
So, look, as you guys, let me decode some of this shit for you guys. Extremely thorough, methodical. We're talking about deploying fucking things to deceive radar, to deceive any type of air defense, while simultaneously running this operation. Like, man, extremely complex and difficult to pull off. I'm sure we might have some pilots in the chat that might be able to understand some of this stuff even better. Which, if you are, please, if you're in OSS or you're in chat and you're a pilot and you can better decipher some of this stuff for the people, let me know, please. Interesting, man.
We are currently unaware of any shots fired at the U.S. strike package on the way in. At approximately 6:40 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, 2:10 a.m. Iran time, the lead B-2 dropped 2 GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrator weapons on the first of several aim points at Fordo. As the president stated last night, the remaining bombers then hit their targets as well, with a total of 14 MOPs dropped against 2 nuclear target areas. All 3 Iranian nuclear infrastructure targets were struck between 6:40 p.m. and 7:05 p.m. Eastern Time.
Someone asked a good question. Myron, do you think China's going to intervene? How about this? Let me explain to you guys the Chinese and Iranian relationship, then you guys can go ahead and kind of give what you guys think. Let me give you guys their, let me give you guys what their relationship is. Iran supplies China a significant amount of oil. I think something like 80%, but let me double check, guys. There's nothing wrong with Googling stuff and making sure. Look at that. It's a common question, I guess. All right. Boom. Okay. So I said 80, 90%. Okay. So China is the primary buyer of Iranian oil with an estimated 90% of Iran's oil exports going to China. While official Chinese customs data doesn't show Iran as a top supplier due to U.S. sanctions, commodity intelligence firm Kepler reports that China is importing roughly 1.7 million barrels per day of Iranian oil. This is almost double the amount China imported from Iran in 2018. And that makes sense because obviously the sanctions, right? And remember, guys, don't forget that Iran, well, the IRGC, which is a military component of Iran, was put on a foreign terrorist organization list in 2019. When you get put as an FTO, guys, it really fucks your ability up to do business quite a bit. So, yeah, dude. Okay. So now that you guys understand that they rely heavily upon China for oil, or excuse me, since you guys understand that China does get a significant amount of its oil from Iran, they understand that if Iran is toppled and a proxy, like a puppet government is installed that's Western friendly, which is what they want, Benjamin Netanyahu wants a regime change. He tells you guys it's nuclear, but the reality is they want a regime change. If the Israelis, alongside the Americans, because they're tied at the hip, conduct a regime change, what they're going to do is they're going to put in a puppet government, okay? A secular leader that's going to be more amenable to Western influence. Now, the reason why this is a problem is because, as you guys know, China and Russia are kind of aligned and they're fighting for influence across the world. And in that part of the world, having American influence would be a problem. Now, you guys are probably wondering, Myron, why would that be such an issue? I'll explain. Let's look at Iran on a map, right? Oh, I said Iran, foreign minister. Sorry. So Iran on a map is over here, right? And as you guys can see, it's not that far from China or Russia, right? Now, typically, what powers like to do is powers like to influence their region of the world. So, for example, the United States, we run this part of the world, okay? We run the Western Hemisphere. That's why it's called the West, right? We run Canada. We run South America. We run the Caribbean. This belongs to us, right? We run shit over here. And obviously, we got this big, nice ocean to protect us from adversaries that might want to attack us, right? The United States is in a fantastic strategic position when it comes to military, from us being attacked by the military. This, though, is precisely why we have so many different military bases across the world. And the reason for that is because though we are so far from everybody, right? And it's good from a safety perspective of not being attacked, it's very difficult to influence other parts of the world, okay? So in order for the United States to project power, which you guys are going to hear some more of this in the meeting, right? We need to be all over the place. This is why we have so many bases all across the Gulf, okay? You know, with Oman, United Arab Emirates, Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, etc., right? These Gulf states are all allies of the United States, okay? Now, what Russia and China want to do is they want to have influence on this side of the world, right? So with Iran being in the position that it's in, it's almost damn near, not in the middle, but it's far closer to them. So for a country of this size, with this amount of resources, and with as strong of a military that they have, this would be horrible to fall into Western influence. You understand? This would be horrible for them. So what it really comes down to is this. Is China's ability, and Russia for that matter, is China and Russia's ability to influence Iran worth potential conflict with the United States? That's the real question here, right? So it's an iffy question, man. You know, you really don't know. What I do know, for those of you that tuned into the stream last night, the foreign ambassador is meeting with President Putin like today, okay? He was in Turkey. He probably jumped on a plane and he's on his way to Moscow to meet with the president over at the Kremlin. So we'll see what happens. And he mentioned we're going to have strategic talks. Guys, whenever you hear the word strategic, that typically almost always mean intelligence, military, or nuclear bombs. Some type of situation that's going to involve military involvement whenever they say the word strategic. It's a diplomatic word that's used to not be as obvious, and it sounds better, right? You know, you got to understand that politicians speak in a way to not, they speak in a very controlled and sensitive manner to not provoke certain things. Does that make sense? They're politicians, bro. You know, where do you think the term be politically correct, where do you think that comes from? Politicians. They're able to dress up things in a certain way so it doesn't look as bad or sound as bad. So yeah, so to answer your question, I know I kind of went in the weeds here, but it's a good question to ask because it's not a matter of is China going to intervene? Rather, does influence over Iran rise to the level where they need to intervene and potentially get into a conflict with the United States? That's the real question. I would say in a lot of cases, probably no. But at the same time, them installing a puppet government in Iran would significantly, that would be a national security threat to them, for sure. Okay, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Iran is a strong military. It has a lot of resources. It's in a strategically good spot geographically, right? They obviously align far more with China and Russia. They're a BRIC member. So allowing Iran to fall to Western influence is a big fucking risk for them. So we'll see, man. But fantastic question you asked. Chat, go ahead. What do you guys think? I mean, I'd like to hear what you guys got to say in the chat, too. What do you guys think?
Again, that's about 2:10 in the morning local time in Iran. With the Tomahawk missiles being the last to strike at Esfahan to ensure we retain the element of surprise throughout the operation. Following weapons release, the Midnight Hammer strike package exited Iranian airspace and the package began its return home. We are unaware of any shots fired at the package on the way out.
Yeah, good point. Someone here mentioned the Belt and Road Initiative. Good, fantastic point, bro. Yeah, that's something else that needs to be taken into account for sure. Top Goy says, YouTube watcher here, signed up for the annual OSS when I saw you jump on again this morning after the long stream last night. Real G. Thank you so much, Top Goy. I really appreciate that, bro. For all you guys that prefer to watch on YouTube, but you guys decide to support me anyway, thank you so much, man.
Iran's fighters.
I'm not going to let you niggas down. That's actually why I kind of jumped on stream again, because I was like, bro, I got to fucking, this shit's live. Let me fucking just go live. Fuck it, man.
Did not fly. And it appears that Iran's surface-to-air missile systems did not see us. Throughout the mission, we retained the element of surprise. In total, U.S. forces employed approximately 75 precision-guided weapons during this operation. This included, as the president stated last night, 14 30,000-pound GBU-57 massive ordnance penetrators, marking the first ever operational use of this weapon. I know that battle damage is of great interest. Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all three sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction. More than 125 U.S. aircraft participated in this mission, including B-2 stealth bombers, multiple flights of fourth and fifth generation fighters, dozens and dozens of air refueling tankers, a guided missile submarine, and a full array of intelligence, surveillance, and reconnaissance aircraft, as well as hundreds of maintenance and operational professionals.
Now, here's the other reason they ran this operation. And it's very obvious from watching this press conference earlier. The other reason they ran this operation, guys, was to project power, okay? Sometimes other countries seeing you fuck somebody else up will make them come to the table a lot more respectful, right? It's the whole concept of like you go to jail and, you know, they try to fight you when you first get in there and you beat the fuck out the guy and nobody messes with you. This is another example of projecting power from the United States. You know, let's be honest here. We've had some very embarrassing military exposures over the past few years. Whether it was the embarrassing way that we pulled out of Afghanistan, you know, failed operations abroad, whatever it may be. This was also to show that we can fucking get things done. We can project power. We can destroy you. So this was also a message, not just to Iran, but to the realm of influence that is run by China and Russia. So, make no mistake about it. These pilots, these military officials, they were chomping at the bit to use this new fucking technology, chat.
Welcome, punch!
All right, so, yeah, this was also to make a statement as well.
As the Secretary said, this was the largest B-2 operational strike in U.S. history and the second longest B-2 mission ever flown, exceeded only by those in the days following 9/11. Well prior to the strike, General Kurilla elevated force protection measures across the region, especially in Iraq, Syria, and the Gulf. Our forces remain on high alert and are fully postured to respond to any Iranian retaliation or proxy attacks, which would be an incredibly poor choice.
Yeah, the purpose of this press conference is to project power, threaten Iran, and let them know we hit you precisely. That's the word. I don't know if you're catching on here that they like to use the term precise multiple times to make it as if we only hit your nuclear facilities, but don't fucking hit us back. This is also to warn the Iranians that a retaliation will be met with extreme force.
Will defend ourselves. The safety
Isn't that funny? They hit you first, and if you hit them, they're going to say, I'm defending myself.
Of our service members and civilians remains our highest priority. This mission demonstrates the unmatched reach, coordination, and capability of the United States military. In just a matter of weeks, this went from strategic planning to global execution. This operation underscores the unmatched capabilities and global reach of the United States military. As the President clearly said last night, no other military in the world could have done this. I join the President and the Secretary in being incredibly proud of the air crews, naval forces, cyber operators, planners, and support teams, and commanders who made this mission possible. It is their skill, discipline, and teamwork that makes this operation possible. I am particularly proud of our discipline related to operational security, something that was of great concern to the President, the Secretary, General Kurilla, and me, and we will continue.
Kick support is messaging you, censoring pigs? I'm confused. Kick support. Oh, okay. Kick support. I'll check my email. I didn't even see it.
To focus on this. As we stand here this morning, many assets are still airborne, and we have hundreds deployed. I ask that we keep our warfighters on their way home and our deployed service member in our thoughts. Our joint force remains ready to defend the United States, our troops, and our interests in the region. Thank you very much.
We will take a few questions, Phil.
Me?
Yeah.
So, is regime change off the table, Mr. Secretary? And to the chairman, you said the battle damage assessment is still ongoing, but do you believe that some nuclear capability in Iran remains?
This mission was not and has not been about regime change. The president authorized a precision operation to neutralize the threats to our national interests posed by the Iranian nuclear program and the collective self-defense of our troops and our ally Israel.
Thanks for your question. I think BDA is still pending, and it would be way too early for me to comment on what may or may not still be there. But thanks for the question.
Green. No, behind you.
Excuse me, Mr. Secretary, can you tell me, was there a particular moment when the president decided to pull the trigger on this operation where he said, now, rather than being, something in the holster, now we're going to pull the trigger on it?
I would just say, having the opportunity to witness his leadership, he was fully committed to the peace process, wanted a negotiated outcome, gave Iran every single opportunity, and unfortunately was met by stonewalling, which is why he gave them plenty of time to continue to come to the table and give up enrichment, give up the nuclear program. But there was I won't say the particular moment, there was certainly a moment in time where he realized that it had to be a certain action taken in order to minimize the threat to us and our troops. Yeah.
General, you say that General Kurilla increased force protection in Iraq, Syria, and Gulf, in those areas. Were they given any advance warning the attacks were coming? And also, Mr. Secretary, when were congressional leaders notified? How long before the attacks took place?
Sir, to your first question, the risk has clearly been rising over the last few weeks in the region. Based on that, and not a particular awareness of this operation, we've made smart decisions to minimize the risk to U.S. forces in the region.
They were given no advance warning?
No, sir.
In congressional?
They were notified after the planes were safely out. Well, we complied with the notification requirements of the War Powers Act.
Attacks, they were notified.
They were.
I sent you guys a message back, Kick. Yeah, I sent you guys a screenshot as well. Shout out to Kick, man. I appreciate you guys sending me that email. You guys are real G's for that. Thank you.
Immediately thereafter. Yes.
Thank you, Secretary. Two quick questions. Do you believe you completely destroyed Iranian?
I really want to. I want to thank Kick for that. You want to know why? Because YouTube or fucking dumbass Twitch or any of these other platforms, they would just try to fucking penalize you on some shit. And don't worry, guys, it's not censorship. It was something else, like technical shit. But yeah, shout out to Kick, man, for reaching out to their fucking creators and actually treating them like humans and saying, hey, man, you forgot this. Oh shit, all right, cool. Versus YouTube and Twitch just banning you or doing some other fuck shit. So shout out to Kick for that, bro. Got to give you guys flowers on that one, man. Thank you guys. So thank you guys to Kick support, man. You guys are awesome for that. Thank you for that email. But yeah, handled it. Yeah, when you guys see the email, you'll see what I mean by it. But W-Kick, that's what you guys need to know watching, man. If YouTube and Twitch weren't fucking shitheads, it'd be a lot better. W-Kick, W-Rumble, anyone that challenges the fucking video sharing hegemony of YouTube and Twitch, I fucking love y'all, man. Fuck YouTube, fuck Twitch, W-Rumble, W-Kick, man.
Nuclear program. And how about Iranian ballistic missiles? Your ally at Israel always saying that is biggest threat. And second question is very important. What will be your next step if Iran or militias under Iranian influence in the region attack U.S. interests or allies in the region?
And you can chime in on this too, Mr. Chairman. The battle damage assessment is ongoing, but our initial assessment, as the chairman said, is that all of our precision munitions struck where we wanted them to strike and had the desired effect, which means especially in Fordo, which was the primary target here, we believe we achieved destruction of capabilities there. Ultimately, wherever it may be, whether it's in Iraq or Syria or bases.
Yeah, for those of you that are wondering, yes, Putin, the foreign minister is meeting with Putin today, guys. He said it yesterday while he was in Turkey. We caught it at the end of last night's stream. So yeah, that's what's going to happen.
In the Gulf.
And they're going to talk strategic stuff, is what he said during the press conference.
As the president said, it would be, as the chairman said, it would be a very bad idea for Iran or its proxies to attempt to attack American forces. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Regarding retaliations, Iran and North Korea are cooperating on nuclear and missile development. Do you think there is a possibility that Iran, North Korea, and the other forces, such as China, will join forces to retaliate against the United States?
Well, unfortunately, because of the policies under the previous administration, we drove those countries together and ultimately that creates a challenging environment. For this particular operation, the focus is on Iran and Iranian nuclear capabilities. That's our focus here, is to not just say that they can't have, but President Trump has said from over 20 years, frankly, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And ultimately, he decided this is the moment, given their stonewalling, when direct military action had to be taken to prevent that from happening.
Okay, so, okay, guys. See, here's the thing. They had multiple rounds of talks, right? And during the multiple rounds of talks, right, let's go through these negotiations real quick, because I'm tired of this fucking lie that they keep putting out there. All right, let me just put this thing here for you guys. Also, guys, don't forget to join the OSS, niggas. That's the best way to support me. Anyway, so let's really break this down. So as you guys know, Steve Witkoff has been the main guy that's been negotiating. And Iran and the United States have pretty much been talking through an intermediary. I think it was Oman. That's the middle ground. And they've had multiple rounds of talks. I think they made it up to about 5 or 6. The 6th one was supposed to happen in Oman, and it ended up getting canceled because Israel decided to launch a preemptive attack, right? And it's important that you guys understand that from the beginning, the Iranians said that they are not going to stop their civilian nuclear program, okay? And they are 100% within their right to do that. According to international law, and as a country that's on the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, they have the absolute right to have a civilian nuclear program, okay? Now, Iran was very clear about this, that we are going to maintain our nuclear enrichment program. At first, they're like, you know what? Fine. We just don't want you to enrich to weapons grade. Cool. Then, Steve Witkoff comes back, or the negotiator. Remember, they're doing this all through intermediaries. So I'm being, we don't know who's who and all this other bullshit. But the point is that they were speaking through intermediaries. Then, when Iran agreed to not continue enriching to a weapons grade level like they had before, no one's denying that they enriched to a 60 or a 90. No one is denying that. But once Witkoff went and came back, he said, okay, by the way, yeah, you guys can't enrich uranium at all. And you guys are going to have to disband your ballistic missile program. Yeah, that's definitely going to be nope. And the reason why they said nope, is because Iran, for the better part of 30 years, has watched the United States and Israel destroy everyone in the Middle East. One of the best examples is a guy named Gaddafi. When Saddam Hussein was toppled in 2003, Gaddafi was terrified. He did not want to be put out of power as well by the West. So what he said was, I will stop my nuclear proliferation program. He stopped. Several years later, under the Obama regime, thank you so much to Top Shape for the 50 gifted subs. Roughly 10 years later, 8 years later, whatever it may be, I think he was killed in like 2010-ish to 2012, 2013, whatever. That's irrelevant. The point is that during the Obama administration, he was killed in the streets and sodomized with a bayonet. Iran saw that. So they said, clearly, we cannot trust the West. And not only can we not trust the West, but we know that America, their Middle Eastern foreign policy, is run by our enemy. I want to be very clear about this because I need you guys to understand this shit, and no one really gets this right. Right? Iran, though they want to exercise diplomacy with the United States, has kind of figured out, or not even kind of, now knows that our foreign policy is actually run by Israel. So when they're going in and they're shaking hands with Witkoff, or they're meeting with U.S. ambassadors or dignitaries, whatever it may be, what they're really doing is they're meeting with Israeli proxies. So when Witkoff came back and said, yo, not only can you not have a uranium enrichment program whatsoever, which is illegal, also, we need you guys to disband your ballistic missile program. Now, let's go through this systematically. All right? And we're gonna kind of operate as if we're the supreme leader of Iran. Because I noticed that works really well. I got a clip right now that's doing really well, where I kind of put you guys in the shoe of Ali Khamenei, right? And it's very important for you guys to be able to put yourself in other people's perspectives so you understand the decisions that they make. It actually makes you a far better negotiator, right? Your proxies are all destroyed. Not destroyed, but they're weakened. Hezbollah has not been able to resupply. Syria is gone. Bashar al-Assad flew to Russia. The Houthis were bombed by the United States relentlessly, so they're limited. Right? Iraq is a fucking world war. It's like the Wild West. There's some militia fighters over there that respect you, but then there's other militia fighters there that are U.S. proxies. Whatever. So the insulated proxy that you had, the proxy that you had that used to protect you from Western influence has been destabilized, right? Now the Americans want to come in and tell you, look, you need to also get rid of your nuclear program and your missiles. For those that don't know, Iran had 3 primary weapons to defend itself from Israel and the United States. The proxies, aka the axis of resistance, its nuclear program, and its ballistic missiles. These 3 things have allowed Iran to survive over the past 40 plus years, despite the fact that Israel has been slowly growing in influence, power, and strength. And you're in the middle of negotiations with the United States, who you know is beholden to foreign policy off of Israel, your sworn enemy, and they're telling you, you need to get rid of your nuclear program, which you legally have, and you also need to disarm your ballistic missile program. I think anyone with half a brain would understand that that's a non-negotiable ask. The 2 things that are keeping you from being invaded, they want you to remove. So, though I am an American and I'm America first, for me to want the best for my country and for me to actually understand and reach peace, we must be pragmatic, we must be honest, and we must be, most importantly, realistic. Going into a deal and telling someone that you've had problems with before that they need to disarm themselves of the things that keep me from attacking them is retarded. Sorry, it's not going to happen, okay? Stupid. And the fact that more people don't understand this is amazing to me. But I don't blame you guys, because the Western media never talks to you guys about this. What does the Western media tell you? Iran's a state sponsor of terror. They have the axis of resistance, they're terrorists, blah, blah, blah. I'm not disputing the fact that they're terrorists. I'm not actually. You guys know that. By definition, they are terrorists. However, you must also understand where they're coming from and the position they're in and why they're not going to fucking give up the only things that are keeping them from being taken over by Israel, as we've seen Israel do multiple times over. So, we were negotiating in bad faith, chat, if I'm going to be honest. We're negotiating in bad faith. And he's saying that the Iranians were stalling. To be honest with you guys, I think we were stalling. I think Trump knew at this point, now that it's kind of all out there, he was going to bomb them anyway. And he kind of alluded to this when the Israeli attack happened. I think he was feigning diplomacy, knowing that if he came and told the Iranians, you can't enrich uranium, they would immediately say no. And by them saying no and giving them 60 days, it allowed him the justification to say, I warned you, bro, and bomb them anyway. Give me ones if that all makes sense, chat. Because I haven't really seen many people talk about the other perspective and why the diplomacy failed. Give me ones if that makes sense, because I went through a lot there, and I really do want to make sure that you guys kind of understand what I'm talking about here. You know, it's a very complex history, so I don't blame you guys for not understanding this, because Middle Eastern foreign policy is very, it's complex, it's lengthy, there's a lot of history with it, there's religion involved, there's, you know, all different types of shit. So, all right, awesome. Let's get back to the press conference. But yeah, I had to correct Pete Hegseth on that one where he was saying the Iranians were stalling. It's not that the Iranians were stalling, it's that we had a poison pill deal, chat. And they were upfront. We're not removing our uranium enrichment, we're not going to stop our nuclear program. So,
yes. Thank you very much. General Kane, I understand OPSEC, I respect OPSEC. Can you say at all what security procedures are being taken to protect U.S. troops in Iraq and elsewhere in the Middle East? And Secretary Hegseth.
Steve-O says, just subscribe to your OSS, but we'll stay with YouTube for now. Hopefully things will get better on other sites ASAP. Keep fighting for history. We are all trying to wake everybody up. We came a long way. Thank you, Steve-O. I appreciate you signing up to OSS, man. The guys that are signing up to OSS, I fucking love you guys, despite the fact that you guys might not actually be on OSS or watch it. The fact that you guys are signing up and gonna support me monthly on a subscription, I fucking love y'all, man. Thank you guys so much. You guys allow me to keep doing this on YouTube, despite the fact that they're fucking robbing me blind. And honestly, I'll give it $1,000 with you guys. I don't think they're gonna remonetize me, guys. Got some information. Maybe I'll tell the OSS guys behind closed doors, but yeah, bro, it is what it is. OSS is all we got, bro. That's what I'm gonna say. We can only rely upon ourselves, nobody else.
As a global war on terrorism veteran, what do you say to veterans who may be concerned the U.S. is getting into another open-ended war in the Middle East?
Good fucking question.
Over weapons of mass destruction.
Thanks, sir, for the question. I won't comment on what force protection measures are being taken in the region. What I will say is we're being proactive and not reactive, and being very thoughtful about ensuring that we do all that we can to protect our force.
We just hit the 1,300 mark, guys. Thank you so fucking much, man. I appreciate you guys, man. Let's keep going.
Just out there.
And I would just say, as the president has directed and made clear, this is most certainly not open-ended. It doesn't mean it limits our ability to respond. We will respond if necessary. The most powerful military in the world is postured and prepared to defend our people. But what the president gave us, as I said, was a focused, powerful, and clear mission on the destruction of Iranian nuclear capabilities.
Now, he's very specific about this. Because obviously, guys, just so you know, a lot of Trump's base doesn't like this. So what Pete had, this press conference had two purposes. Number one, to explain and brag and let other powers know about our capabilities, but also to let the American public and his base know, look, guys, all we did was bomb their nuclear facilities. That's all we did. We didn't do anything else. We got in and out. We didn't get shot at. We didn't kill any Iranians. We just destroyed their facilities, which were already kind of fucked up by the Israelis. It was precise in and out, right? So what you guys are going to see over the next couple of days is you're going to see Trump and his cabinet basically minimize this bombing. They're going to minimize it, okay? And they're going to say it was done to prevent a war. It was done for negotiating purposes. It was done to bring them to the table. They're going to frame it in that way. So be ready. And you heard it here first. All right, motherfuckers? You heard it here first. Get ready. This entire week is going to be justification, cope, and rationalization for attacking Iran's nuclear program and minimizing it. You heard it here, and you could take that to the fucking bank. Get ready. This whole next 7 days.
Those were the targets. That's what was struck.
And this is what Pete Hegseth's mandate was before he stepped on that fucking podium.
That was overwhelming. That's what was overwhelming. That's what the Iranian regime needs to understand, as the president put out last night. He wants peace. There needs to be a negotiated settlement here. We ultimately demonstrated that Iran cannot have a nuclear capability. That is a very clear mission set on this operation. Yes.
So interesting how he said, we want peace, so we took out their nuclear capability. Translation, we took out their nuclear capability so that it will make it easier for us to conduct a what? Regime change. Okay? That's what he really means. But he's obviously not going to say that because the base would fucking freak out. Right?
Hold on. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Question for the Secretary and the Chairman. How was this strike coordinated with the Israelis on a strategic level, militarily, and on a tactical level? Was there any direct Israeli military participation in this operation?
Well, I would say certainly Israel had an incredible military success, especially at the beginning and ongoing, in degrading Iranian capabilities, in degrading Iranian launchers, MRBMs. It's been incredible to watch.
And what he's not telling you is that was a part of the deal. What he's not telling you is the deal was we would come in and finish the job, but they need to start it and they need to get rid of all of Iran's air defense capabilities. That's what he's not telling you guys.
Our ally Israel has been able to do, and there certainly have been conversations. I mean, General Kurilla at CENTCOM has worked closely in the defense of Israel for many years, and part of this operation was the defense of Israel and the ongoing defense of Israel. But as it pertains to this strike, this was U.S. operated and U.S. led.
We took advantage of some of the preparatory work that's been done over the past week and a half in terms of axis of approach. I won't get into the particular.
Translation, they destroyed their air defense so that we can move in nice and swift and get this done and we can operate from a limited scope. Guys, make no mistake about it. The Israelis went in and did as much damage as they can do to ensure that the United States can come in, do a quick attack, and get out, because this is about preserving Trump's reputation. See what I'm going here, guys? Israelis agreed to bomb the facilities, identify the facilities, do as much damage as they can, deal with the brunt of the retaliation from Iran. We'll let Tel Aviv get destroyed a little bit. We just need you to come in and finish the job. And I called this out, what, 3-4 days ago, chat? Did I not call this out? I literally said, there is no way that Benjamin Netanyahu is going to sit there and let Tel Aviv get fucking blown up. Boom, boom, boom. Right? There's no way he would have allowed that to happen had he not had reassurance from the United States that they would, in fact, finish the job. Because otherwise, all of that work they did, implanting the Mossad, blowing up their air defense, killing their generals, killing their fucking nuclear scientists, blowing up the nuclear facilities with multiple strikes over a week, incurring significant damage all across Israel, Haifa being destroyed, Tel Aviv getting destroyed, having their military and intelligence infrastructure getting damaged. There's no way they would have done all that and invested all that into their operation without a reassurance from the United States that they would finish the job. And I guarantee you, that's the agreement Netanyahu and Trump made. You start it, you weaken them, we'll come in, we'll finish the job, and we'll get the fuck out of there. I don't want to lose my voter base. That's how Trump's coming in with it.
But as the Secretary said, it was a U.S.
Give me a plausible deniability to say I did one operation to save the world.
Strike.
That's what Trump said.
We made sure we were not in the same piece of airspace and sky. Aside from that, that was the extent of it.
We'll take a couple more. Yeah, right there.
Question to the Secretary first. Are you concerned whatsoever now about the reaction from U.S. allies given the strike, particularly those in the Gulf? And to the Chairman, if I may, I understand you don't want to speak to specific assets, force protection measures, but do you anticipate at least having to bring in any further assets from other theaters to aid in force protection over the coming days?
We certainly understand the challenges of allies in the region, and we have been respectful and in working in collaboration with them as it pertains to basing and sensitivities there. Ultimately, they've got a lot of assets and people in those locations also where American troops are co-located. So that's a consideration of ours. We've been in close consultation with them, and we appreciate the support that we have got.
Thanks for the question on sort of the global picture. And as you know, that's one of my jobs, is to look globally at the entire range of challenges. We are always carefully considering our force posture around the world, and then offering options to the Secretary and to the President. I won't comment on any future things, but the American people should know that we carefully consider those moves around the world and try to modulate as needed our force structure in the.
Oh, wow. Looks like we got some breaking news. The Iranian Parliament just voted to close the Strait of Hormuz. Major breaking news. Here we fucking go, bro.
Falcon punch!
Oh my God, bro. I've talked about the Strait of Hormuz a million times. I've talked about it a million times. All right. Look, I see that we got like what 6,000-7,000 you guys watching right now. A lot of you guys might not know what. Give me a 1 in the fucking comment in the chat if you guys want me to explain the Strait of Hormuz real quick. Just give me ones. I don't want to repeat myself and all the other viewers here, but we got a lot of fucking new people here. Obviously, we never go live at fucking 9:40 on a Sunday morning. So if you guys want me to explain the ramifications that are gonna come from this shit, give me ones in the chat. If not, we'll keep trucking on. Give me ones if you guys want me to explain it. I feel bad for my fucking dedicated watchers because we've talked about the Strait of Hormuz at fucking nauseum, bro. Oh, wow. A lot of ones. Okay. That tells me we got a lot of new viewers here. All right. Let's go through this. All right, guys. Class is in session. So, if you, this is a big snapshot of the Middle East, right? Strait of Hormuz is this little area right here. Okay? And this little pathway right here, this little water pathway here, roughly about 20% of the world's oil goes through here. Okay? Now, in a doomsday scenario where this thing were shut down for a couple of weeks, we're talking about $11 for a gallon of gas. Yeah, say that again. 20% of the world's oil goes through this strait. If it is shut down for a few weeks, we're talking about you paying $11 per gallon of gas. You know, a lot of people get mad at me, right? Myron, why are you so critical of Israel? Why do you not want Israel to defend itself? Why do you back Iran and all this other stupid shit? I don't back Iran. I back the American people. I just have the foresight to know what's going to happen if we keep doing this stupid shit. A lot of you guys drive a car to go to work. A lot of you guys might have one car, two cars. A lot of you guys have a family. A lot of you guys have people that depend upon you. You need to go to work. Most Americans commute. So we're heavily dependent upon gas. We're talking about you having to pay significantly more money to get to work, which means the amount of money that you earn from work has less power now because you're earning less, technically, to get there. Now, it doesn't end at the gas pump, chat. Every main infrastructure of society, modern society, runs on oil. Okay? This whole electric car bullshit, wind energy, alternative sources, it's all bullshit. Okay? We are slaves to fossil fuels. So, if oil is impacted, everything else is impacted. We're talking about truck drivers spending significantly more money to deliver goods. We're talking about freighter ships being more expensive. We're talking about the ships that take the fucking supplies not getting insurance anymore because of the conflict. If they don't have insurance, they're not going to want to sail. If they don't want to sail, we don't get the product. We don't get the product, that means enter grocery stores. Enter grocery stores for 1 or 2 days is manageable. For weeks, who knows? And when we do get supplies, or when we do get goods, it's going to cost 5 times as much. Are you guys starting to get why this is a problem? And I'm just giving you guys a little bit. I actually was in the middle of compiling a video for you guys where I would go line by line by line of what would happen if Iran fully retaliated and got into and started to destroy the oil fields in the Gulf. This is just from shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. We haven't even talked about them destroying all the fucking oil locations all across the Gulf, which they have missiles that can do that, by the way. And none of these oil reserves or any of these fucking oil fields have air defense, by the way. They don't got a fucking Iron Dome. Okay? So these are some very real consequences that you're going to feel. Some people might be watching this and looking like, bro, Myron, why do you care, bro? Why? It doesn't affect me, man. Come on, baby. I ride a bike to work. Don't matter to me. Yeah, you might ride a bike to work, but you still eat food, don't you? Still like produce, don't you? Unless you're a fucking farmer and you're Amish and you don't care about electricity, this is going to hurt you too. Okay? So again, this isn't me sitting here defending the Middle East. This is me defending us because I know what comes next. Did I not call that they will shut down the Strait of Hormuz, chat? Did I not call this for weeks? I've been fucking telling y'all this for a while now. What war with Iran would fucking entail. I hope that news isn't true. But someone in the chat literally just said the Iranian Parliament just voted to close the Strait of Hormuz. Major breaking news. And fucking incredible. All right, let's finish watching this press conference. It's a few more minutes. I'll be right back, chat. I'm going to get another fucking water.
Region.
Absolutely. That right here.
Thank you. What communications are being sent to the Iranians right now, and is there any possibility of diplomacy now or in the coming days?
I can only confirm that there are both public and private messages being directly delivered to the Iranians in multiple channels, giving them every opportunity to come to the table. They understand precisely what the American position is, precisely what steps they can take to allow for peace, and we hope they do so. Yes.
The president may not want an open-ended conflict. The Iranians may disagree. Are you prepared for a protracted war?
Well, anything can happen in conflict. We acknowledge that. But the scope of this was intentionally limited. That's the message that we're sending. With the capabilities of the American military, nearly unlimited. So Iran, in that sense, has a choice.
Told you, this press conference was to fucking impose power, sending off a warning shot and threatening the Iranians. I told y'all, man.
But we've made it very clear to them, this is nuclear.
So dog and pony show to showcast force and capability.
Sites, this is nuclear capabilities. This is the line that the president set, and we set that back. Now is the time to come forward for peace. But I think one of the takeaways from this as well is the unprecedented level of ongoing cooperation. I can't speak highly enough of the chairman and his staff and General Kurilla in CENTCOM, what they've done to look around the corner, to pre-position, to understand how an operation like this comes together. The scope and scale of what occurred last night would take the breath away of almost any American if you had an opportunity to watch it in real time. And I think Tehran is certainly calculating the reality that planes flew from the middle of America in Missouri overnight, completely undetected over 3 of their most highly sensitive sites, and we were able to destroy nuclear capabilities. And our boys in those bombers are on their way home right now. We believe that'll have a clear psychological impact on how they view the future, and we certainly hope they take the path of negotiated peace. But I could not be more proud of how this.
Yeah, you guys have proven that this isn't about peace. This is about fucking regime change.
Building operated, of the precision, the sensitivity, and the professionalism of the troops involved.
This is really important. So this chat just came in right here. Divine Centaur said, just up to your channel, Myron, this whole thing has me fucked up. I do Uber and this is going to fuck up my business. Yeah, Yeah, bro. Yeah. And this is why I've been telling you guys this for weeks, to prepare. Guys, you know what? All you guys that are watching the show, every single one of you that's watching the show, go fucking start loading up on oil now, chat. I'm not trying to be doomsday guy and make you guys scared and all this other bullshit. Bro, because I love you motherfuckers. Some of you guys have a business like Uber where you rely on oil. Every single one of you guys, start fucking stocking up on gas and oil. Start stocking up, bro. Especially if, like, you're not like a rich dude or whatever, and you're kind of like buying gas off, like, you know, by the skin of your teeth. Start loading up now, bro. Start loading up now. I'm not saying it's the end. I'm not saying the world's gonna end or whatever, but we might be a little uncomfortable for a few months from this bullshit, bro. Make no mistake about it. The reason why Trump hit on a Saturday is because he knows the markets are gonna go crazy, bro.
In this effort, I will take one more. We'll take one more question. Yes, right there.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Concerning the justification for these strikes, in March, I'm
telling you guys, I'm not trying to fearmonger y'all. I'm just telling you guys the truth. Get oil now while you can. It's gonna definitely go up. I hope you guys know that. It's going up, bro. It's going up. Someone said Myron, Alex Jones. All right, bro. Okay, nigga. Don't get mad at me when the gas price is fucking $7 and you're over here saying, "Oh, what the fuck, man?" and you're punching air. Don't get mad at me, bro.
Office of the Director of National Intelligence released their...
Okay, this is going to be a good question this guy's asking.
...threat assessment, concluding, quote, Iran is not building a nuclear weapon.
Karate Kid, oh, it will be up $1 Monday. Watch. I'm telling you, bro. Like, some of you niggas in the chat are smart, bro. Like, you guys get it, bro.
And Khomeini has not authorized the nuclear programs he suspended in 2003.
Okay, Nick just said America's rich in oil. All right, let me school you real quick, bro, on this whole America's rich in oil myth. U.S. drilling, right, and fracking is not as sustainable as you think. Most fracking sites lose a majority of their product within a year, okay? Which means you need to keep drilling to get more, okay? Now here's the other thing. Fracking in itself requires gas. If gas prices are up, fracking has to be pulled back, all right? You get it, bro? Like, guys, the whole fracking and we could make our own oil, blah, 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 bro. It's not enough to sustain long term. It isn't. They'll sit there and say, we got more oil, we make our own oil. It's not a sustainable model like the oil from the Middle East, chat. It just isn't. All right? That's like a fucking myth. Well, people say, we got enough oil ourselves. Sure. But then you got to ask yourself, how are we going to find it? Why do you think Trump was saying, drill, baby, drill? Drill, baby, drill. Because you have to go looking for it. And when you do find it, that fracking site is not going to always be a wealth of resources. Ask anyone in the oil industry. Please, somebody in here from Texas or some shit that deals with shale oil and all that. Someone here confirm it for me. Someone that works in the Texas oil field. Someone here can confirm it for me, bro. Like, that's a myth. When they say, oh, yeah, we could just get our own oil, we'll be fine, bro.
Quote, so what new intelligence does the U.S. have since then that the Iranians have changed their position on nuclear weapons? And does this new intelligence come from U.S. sources?
Someone said gas is up 50 cents already in my town. It's gonna be up an extra $1, bro, when you on Monday.
Or are we getting this information from other countries?
Well, I would just simply say that the president's made it very clear. He's looked at all of this, all of the intelligence, all of the information, and come to the conclusion that the Iranian nuclear program is a threat, and was willing to take this precision operation to neutralize that threat in order to advance American national interests, reduce the Iranian nuclear program, and obviously collective self-defense of ourselves and our allies. So he looked at all of it, understood the nature of the threat, and took bold action I think the American people would expect in a commander-in-chief. That's all we've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you so much. We got a guy, Daniel, right here. I'm on a rig right now We don't have enough to supply the entire U.S. for a long period of time. Thank you, Daniel, so much, bro. Thank you.
Fatality.
Bruh. I'm trying to tell you guys, like, this shit is not sweet, man. All right, let's go ahead and jump on Twitter real quick. I'm sure Suleiman got a space going. Yep, they do. Let's jump in here. I'll be on for a little bit longer, chat, and we'll, I'm going to fucking go to bed. I'm dead. But let's go ahead here. Check out the latest with the Strait of Hormuz.
When this happens, because that aircraft carriers today in the United States.
You know what, niggas? Hold on one sec, bro. I'm about to hook y'all niggas up. I'm about to hook y'all up right now. Give me one sec, bro. I'm gonna hit somebody on Twitter that I know. Hopefully he's awake. I'm gonna get this nigga on stream, bro. So you guys can hear from him of how much of a fucking problem this is, dude.
Cruise missiles. So where am I going with this? We are now mutual assured destruction, crazy stuff comes in. And I'm not some doomsday speaker, but there's nowhere else to go here. Both sides are being pushed into a corner.
Agreed, yeah. And if the Fed tries to do some emergency action and increase short-term rates, it really could push, because if the long-term rates increase and the short-term rates, that's going to really impact the mortgage market. The cost of borrowing is going to have it will have a major impact in the mortgage market in the US. All right, let's Truth, did you haven't got your hand up anymore. Did you want to say something, or should we go to someone?
Yeah, I've been waiting. Oh, on mic, someone else jumps in, right? So I'm supposed to respond. Well, who cares? That aside. The other factor that's not been discussed that I've been able to confirm is Russia's moved multiple of its strategic bombers, the Tupolev, the 95s, the 22s, the 160s, about 410 miles off the coast of Alaska in the event of. Why would they do that when they're currently dealing with a conflict in Ukraine 4,000 miles away? Well, and conveniently on June 12th, day before the attacks, and yes, they are nuclear capable, they can absolutely carry nuclear warheads. In the event of, so the US goes nuclear, Russia goes nuclear, and they're right next door to America. So F around and find out, is what I say. And they're at the Anadir base, in case you're wondering where. And they're absolutely there, and they're on call, waiting for that call. They'll make a call too if they need to. So, but yeah, you keep believing those aircraft carriers are going to make a difference. You didn't know that part either, of course. And yeah, Russia and Iran do work in tangent. They, of course, share a lot of security information. But keep living in delusion. It's working out well for you. The only other points I'll add, because I don't want to keep repeating myself on what modern warfare is to people who have no idea what it is, that still want to live in delusion, or ones that just want to simp for those that they're in delusion as well because it makes them feel good, is that, look, Russia and Iran have both proven that this fallacy, this fiction of, this U.S. invincibility has been shattered. I'm sorry, it's just not what it was. And just saying I have nukes, well, Russia and try to have more nukes. Russia has more nukes on its own. That doesn't mean anything. What does matter is who can win on the battlefield consistently over a longer period of time in a war of attrition. Russia's proven it can take out all of NATO, more or less on its own, with some help from Iran, some help from China, and some help from North Korea. But doing the dirty work itself, despite all the help the Ukraine's received, it's a proxy war. Ukraine's had hundreds of thousands of mercenaries by this point. They've lost over 1 million troops that nobody talks about. But no one cares, because who cares? They don't even care where they end up getting buried, because BlackRock's now stated, since they've taken over about half the country, you can't even bury them in Ukrainian soil, because that soil might contain some precious metals. So don't get in the way. Don't let the human bodies rot away somewhere else, so that the Jews can maximize on what they can obtain from the soil. But yeah, let's not have that conversation.
I'll say I agree with almost everything Truth said.
Dude, I wasn't looking for your validation. I don't care.
I don't care. I'm talking to the group, because you're not the only person here. I'm talking now. I'm talking.
Well, it's not your turn, though.
You said your bit. You said your bit, little child. Move on.
I'm not finished yet. Hey, little man.
Well, you talk too much. You let someone else try.
Do you think actually won World War II? Go simp for them. Reality is the world collaborated against National Socialist Germany, just like more or less most of the world collaborated against Russia, and it seems like Iran as well, because they want to ensure that they enter the global community on their terms. Well, I mean, that's just not going to happen. Nobody wants to live like a debt slave and have a Rothschild bank and Trump towers on the crown. You can wait, bud. You have nothing important to say anyway. You're
You've got nothing to say at all. You're just repeating yourself since morning.
You've got nothing of value to add other than lies from the
repeat.
past. You've been taught to hate the Nazis, knowing nothing about them, and love the Soviet Jews because you simp for Jews. That's who you are.
Repeat.
Sure, bud. Well, I'm sorry, but
come on, man. Why did you get up like this morning?
You don't know what I'm going to say.
Change your nappy. Let someone else talk.
Guys, can we go with ad hominem here?
Can you, Simon? Can you please mute this little man? He's got low impulse control like the chimp that he is.
Yeah, let's stick to today as well. Let's not go through your history.
Right, guys. Again, there's too much arguing about like irrelevant stuff. I just want to welcome Myron to the stage. Myron, how you doing?
What's up, guys? What's up? I literally still haven't slept. I stayed up all night after the stream, and I, went and ate, came back on. I saw Pete Hegseth was doing a press conference. Went through it, kind of broke it down. It's very evident that this press conference was to, number one, create some level of deterrence, show use of force, show capability, send a message, and at the same time, kind of make the base feel a bit more comfortable that, because Pete Hegseth during the entire thing was saying, hey, it was a precise attack. We didn't get hit. We didn't hit anybody else. We just targeted the nuclear facilities. Then we left. That was all we did. So it's very obvious that, the Trump administration is going to try to minimize their involvement, say we just did one thing and we got the hell out of there. So, they're already beginning the damage control now because obviously a large part of the base, does not like that he went ahead and attacked Iran. So, I'm sure you guys probably already talked about this, but the foreign ambassador, I think his name is Abbas, I can't pronounce his last name, but he's meeting with Putin today. So, he had a scheduled meeting with Putin, and he's not just meeting with a Russian ambassador. No, he's sitting down with Vladimir Putin himself. So that's, and when he talked about it, he said, yeah, we're going to discuss, strategic situations, which we all know in geopolitical talk, that means military/intelligence capability. So we'll see what happens, man. I know that the Strait of Hormuz just got shut down. I know that happened maybe 20 minutes ago or so. The parliament announced this from Iran. So this isn't good. And we've been talking about this for weeks now at this point. And I think Americans they don't realize what the fuck is going on. They're over here sitting yeah, bomb Iran, let's go. But once they get to the gas pump and realize that their gas is up $2 on fucking Monday, that might start to set into reality.
Yeah, Myron, and the return to inflation. If this escalates in the direction it's going, this would be just a repeat, if not worse, than the Russia-Ukraine situation. There is inherent weakness in the banking system. There's a difference right now. The Fed can't actually control the long-term rates, and it's trying to refinance $10 trillion of debt. So the on-the-ground impact will be a return to inflation, a global financial crisis, but this time I think it would be stagflation. It would be declining growth. It would be, we don't know what would happen with the job market, but under declining growth, that always leads to decreases in employment. But also rising inflation. That's an economy that most people haven't experienced before. The last time we had that was in the 70s. So if you weren't around in the 70s and you don't know what that feels like, nothing you have experienced will be like that. But we are at a point where there is also record division, extreme populism at the moment. There is campaigns around record dissatisfaction. We've got record drug addictions, record depression, record wealth inequality. So all of these things at the same time as going through stagflation, it can only lead to civil unrest. So this will certainly impact people. So if you are cheering on a war right now, the terms of engagement is probably not understood by you. We've made it very clear that there is no longer a superior power in this region, in these battles. And so therefore, the impact on the average American is going to be severe. It is going to be felt. And I think people are the least equipped they have ever been to experience what might come next. It will impact everybody if this doesn't, de-escalate in the right direction.
Simon, did you see that comment that Suleiman posted?
Which one?
There's a quote from U.S. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth. "We believe that what we have done will have to have a clear psychological impact on Iranians' outlook on the future." Really? Within a few hours, they struck Israel even harder. What psychological impact did that have? I mean, this is the level of delusion that exists within Trump's cabinet right now, leading him to believe, you did it, man. Great job.
Did you see the comment from JD Vance? It was even worse than that. It's on my page. I forgot what it was. I'm just paraphrasing, but something along the lines of like, Iran don't know how to fight a war. Didn't.
But I mean, these comments like these, when they say it out in the open, I don't know what they're saying behind closed doors, but if this is what they're repeating to Trump, leading him to believe these strikes were successful and they have a deterrent effect, when clearly Iran just proved they didn't, and now it's just a matter of what, besides shutting down the Strait of Hormuz, which will cause, an economic disaster, but striking as well the U.S. bases, then clearly they've miscalculated. It's another fallacy of judgment on the U.S.'s part. That's certainly not a reflection of, supremacy and invincibility when you keep making mistakes. But then they don't. Unfortunately, some individuals don't want to have that conversation. Even if you have good weapons, if you don't know how to use them and you don't know how to use them at a strategic time, you're using them against the wrong enemy, who's not really an enemy anyway, just because the Jews tell you they are, then you're making a lot of mistakes, and it's an empire in decline. And all that imperialism that people talk about, that they say it's worth pursuing, sorry, but it's leading to failure. And Simon already pointed out all of the economic metrics that show that, unfortunately, the U.S. is on its way down. If you're not willing to call out weaknesses within your own country, then you're not going to do anything to solve it. You're not going to admit that, the education system's weak, there's too much depression, there's too much poverty, there's too many suicides every day, and there's too much crime. What are you doing about it? Well, you're making it worse.
Truth.
Because you've got the power allowing for this to happen.
So, Truth, I know you're very familiar, obviously, with, Eastern European politics and, Russia and Ukraine and that whole situation as well. Obviously, there's going to be a meeting in Moscow today, right, to discuss strategy and kind of go from there. And my chat's been asking me this as well with China. Given the, significant provocation that just happened yesterday with the bombing of the nuclear sites, despite the fact that the Trump administration is going to try to minimize it over the next several days, it was just targeted, it was very precise, right? We finished the job the Israelis started. What do you think the ramifications are going to be of potential Chinese and or Russian involvement? We know Russia's in the middle of a conflict now. They didn't bail out Bashar al-Assad. Do you think they're going to also take that non-interventionist approach with Iran as well, or are they too valuable of an ally?
Myron, I'm really afraid to butt in. The meeting has already happened.
Hold on. Hey, bro. Hey. Yo. Forza. Yo. Dude, your mic. What the fuck? Hey, dude, your mic really sucks. Sorry, man. Like, it sounds like you're underwater or some shit. I'd be happy to hear your opinion too, but I was asking Truth. Tell her. And then you can fix your mic, please, Forza. Go ahead, bro. What do you think?
Okay. So number one, just on the premise, like Syria is not Iran. Iran's a much more capable country. And Syria went through 14 years of trying. They asked for Iran and Russia's help. Then they told them to leave because they wanted to normalize relations with the Gulf states. That was a mistake on Assad's part. Iran offered to expand its help, set up a front, for instance, in the Golan Heights. Syria said no because, again, they wanted money from the Gulf states. The Gulf states said, hey, get rid of Iran and Russia, and then we'll give you money. They set them up. They set them up for failure. So that was a mistake on Syria's leadership. Iran's not begging anyone for money. They have the ability to sustain themselves during tough times. They've figured out how to evade sanctions, even though Syria's actually had sanctions longer than Iran has since the 1970s. But and for a while they were okay for first 10, 11 years until 2011. But they couldn't figure out how to circumvent sanctions, and unfortunately just got themselves in that debt they couldn't manage anymore. So they were looking for handouts. So that was part of the reason why they failed. Now, going back to this meeting you're discussing today, it's with Dr. Arakchi, the foreign minister, and it's going to be held in Moscow to discuss strategy. Again, right, what Russia
and he's talking directly with Putin. That's kind of like he's talking. He's not talking with his equivalent. He's actually talking to Putin himself, which is obviously interesting as well. That's a big deal. But sorry, go ahead, bro.
I don't know if you heard, but Israel struck the Natanz base very recently. And Russia had said, hands off that base. We have our engineers there. You strike that base, there's going to be a problem. Don't know how Russia's going to react. We can only speculate. So let me be clear. I don't have access to any insider information. I don't know. I have an idea what they're going to discuss. I don't know what they plan to do because they keep their cards tight. We have to judge on actions, not on words. What they say out loud doesn't always follow what they end up doing. But what they do have is a mutual understanding of who the common enemy is and what the problem is here. And obviously, it's Israel that's getting in the way and of what Iran, China, and Russia are trying to do, which is just carry out peaceful trade relations and expand their trade relations within their BRICS community and their Belt and Road Initiative communities. But that's a problem for the U.S. and others, and Israel as well, because they don't want to see, say, China, Russia, Iran thrive. They would rather them succumb to their imperial model, which they don't want because they want to secure their autonomy. So China will seek to protect its interests within Iran because it's created in Iran a major transit hub that goes along multiple corridors and significantly saves it on cost and time. Trade time goes from 30 days to 15 days. That's huge for China, and it's much safer for China because it bypasses all of the U.S. checkpoints, sanctions, countries that can impede or slow down China's growth. China definitely wants to protect that, and plus they're importing 2 million barrels of oil per day from Iran. In terms of Russia, I mean, they share a border next door, they share tech. Iran's still helping Russia with its its proxy war in Ukraine. They've actually introduced even the second generation drones, the 238s that they were recently used, and they're working pretty effectively against Ukraine. But one thing that happened with Operation Spiderweb is Russia noticed all the parallels with what took place on June 13th for Iran. So they know that it's Mossad that operated both within Russia when they carried out that train bombing and those 2 bridges that got blown up. Those are Mossad attacks, through Zelensky, of course. And they see it also happen in Iran. So they're sharing intel on how to sweep all the Mossad terrorist cells. They're going to absolutely discuss that further. Yeah,
I was going to say, a lot of people don't, and that's important that you mention that, because that operation that Ukraine, the SBU, successfully pulled off a couple weeks ago, it's damn near fucking identical to what Iran did, to what Israel did last week. Getting guys behind enemy lines, having a drone program damn near set up behind enemy lines. It's literally the same exact operation that Ukraine pulled off a couple weeks ago against Russia and destroyed a lot of their fighter jets.
Yeah, and as I mentioned before, Russia has so does China. They have massive spy satellite networks in the sky. They're going to share intelligence. They're going to review what's probably taken place in the last week.
I told you, chat, when it comes to strategy, what I say, intelligence and military.
At some point, they probably will figure something out. Perhaps it'll entail a Palestinian solution as well. I don't know how comprehensive they want it to be, but I believe it'll absolutely entail securing their own borders and also eliminating, the Mossad terrorist problem that exists in both of their countries. At the end of the day, they do want peace, and they just want to be able to trade freely. They're not looking to dominate.
What do you think, Truth? We kind of so what do you think is going to be like the next step here? So we know that they're more than likely going to talk about, obviously, the drone attack that damn near is, a mirror image of what the Mossad pulled off in Iran versus what the Ukrainians pulled off in Russia with the sneak attack drones. But what do you think they're going to talk about besides that, getting rid of these Mossad rings, et cetera, that have infiltrated their countries? As far as pursuant to the U.S. attack, I mean, do you think Russia or China are going to make a significant contribution to assisting Iran in this situation, or is it too risky? And I was kind of talking about this with my chat, where I kind of said, because this is like the number one question my chat's asking me, hey, do you think China or Russia is going to intervene? And the question I asked was, well, they can always intervene. What the real question is Iran enough of a vital strategic partner to warrant intervening against the United States and Israel, who are both capable world powers? I guess that's the real question to ask. Is Iran to that level of an ally that they need to do that?
I believe they are. They're a strategic trade partner and also a military partner for Russia as well. And again, they share a border next door, and there's no way that Russia wants to see Iran get taken over or balkanized and have another threat next to its border. So for that reason, it matters to Russia. Plus, they appreciate the help they've been getting on Ukraine. But that aside, it's not just about the thanks. Now, with respect to the U.S. attack and what they may discuss, I think Iran already has a plan for that. But it never hurts to reach out to your friends and see what they think as well, because they probably have an idea of maybe 3 of the bases they want to strike to start. I'm just throwing a random number. It could be 4 or 5. It could be just 1. I don't know which one. Maybe the ones in Iraq, maybe the ones in the Gulf states. They have options, and it's good to have options, but you want to make it count, especially since this is the first one. Besides, them shutting down the Straits of Hormuz, there might be a discussion on that too. But again, all we can do is speculate here. Nobody knows for sure. But look, with Iran, I know that I think you readily accept that Russia and China are world powers capable of defending themselves. What the world doesn't want to accept is, well, perhaps Iran is also more than just a regional power, and they can also defend themselves. And they'll ask for help when they need it. As Putin put it, Iran hasn't asked us for any help. They even wanted to go about, establishing their own air defense system, system infrastructure that they have. But of course, they share intel, they share technology, and they're sharing data as well. And Iran watched closely during the Russia-Ukraine, the proxy war that's been taking place there, to also help refine and innovate on their own military-industrial complex.
So you don't foresee like an actual real military intervention from the Russian perspective, because it doesn't seem as though Iran needs to play that card at this moment. Is that kind of what your gist is on it?
Not at the moment, because of what took place. I mean, they took out 3 bases, they didn't take out anything really. They claimed they took out 3 nuclear sites. They didn't. They're still operational, and all the we already know the fissile material, the centrifuges were all moved. They're essentially decommissioned for the most part. So it's not like this was a game changer of a strike. Of course, it violated the airspace, sovereignty, right of response, etc. Legally, they'll go about the legal channel, tell the UN, hey, we've been attacked. We have a right of response, and they will. They absolutely will. Will they be able to do it independently of help from China? I believe they'll want to do it independently to show the world.
Yeah,
we can stand on 2 feet.
Yep.
We don't need anybody to step in and help us, like the Jews in Israel that are bending a knee right now and begging for help from the Germans, the Brits, the French, and the Hasans of the world that simp for them all day and think that they're still a superpower. They're not.
So let me ask you this, Truth.
That they're weak and feeble.
That's a good point you mentioned. That obviously them retaliating on their own is a good show of strength, and bringing in the Russians and Chinese, right now might be burning favors that don't need to be burned. So I guess wartime strategizing this. What do you think the direct next move is going to be? Do you think they're going to attack? We already know. We called it. Strait of Hormuz has been shut down. Boom. Okay, that's step 1. What do you think is the second step going to be?
No, that's the end game. That's the end game.
Hold on.
Ibrahim, just a sec. If they shut down, or when they officially, I know it's going through their own legal process to do it, because they do.
Apparently, it was agreed upon at the Parliament, man. They're saying it came through.
They do things more like a democracy than Trump does, who just acts unilaterally outside of congressional approval. But that aside, if that doesn't trigger an American response, then who looks weak? America has to respond to that, because that's escalation right away without even firing a bullet. The best way to hurt America is economy with finance. Now you're going to make output, you're going to make oil prices skyrocket, and natural gas as well. And it's also a show of force, because the U.S. thought that it could forever enforce the Straits of Hormuz and force Iran to keep it open. But if they can't stop them from closing it, that's an L for the U.S. So they have to react just based on that move alone. The striking the bases, they're still going to do that separately, but I'm just saying they're already making the first chess move by shutting down the Straits of Hormuz. Assuming they do it, they follow through on what they've said. They've said it, I believe they will. They're just going to
I'm looking right now.
What they're buying is to provide the reinforcement to be able to counter whatever the U.S. may come up with, because again, they've been watching. They know exactly what's there with the U.S. They've been watching as the U.S. Carriers and the fighter jets have been helping defend against the drones and missiles. So they're fully aware. They've collected the data on what U.S. assets are in the area at the moment. So I do believe that they will shut it down and be prepared for that reaction. And in addition, then catching the U.S. off guard and striking the bases. So it's an interesting order of events. They'll let the U.S. make another mistake, and then we're going to hit the bases when they're active, because we're going to see them. Because where are they going to come from, right? Where the assets are going to be likely fighter jets from one of the carriers, or they could be subs naval. We'll see what the U.S. decides to pull. Will they go nuclear? Probably not at this time, because let's not forget you've got multiple Russian bombers 410 miles off the coast of Alaska. They could be activated at any time and catch the U.S. off guard and hopefully not go there. Let's all hope there's no nuclear war.
Yeah, from what I'm reading right now, and this is literally like kind of hot off the press 30 minutes ago, the Parliament has approved it if they do it. And I'm looking here, it seems as though the Strait's never been closed before. But yeah, man, I mean, this is obviously...
Myron, they recommended. They didn't say do it. They just said...
they approved it. I read that. Yeah, they approved it.
Not approved. Brother, they cannot approve. They said we recommend. That's it. And we will leave the decision to the Supreme National Security Council.
Guys, can I bring in some experience? I think Thomas is on the stage. He DM'd us. He's got direct experience in national security, particularly Iran. Do you want to bring in your experience here?
Yeah, guys. You can Google me and check my credentials. I've worked Iran for
Literally, it says right here, even Parliament has reportedly approved the measure. So they did approve it. It's just a matter of deciding now, but they definitely approved it, bro. And this is literally from 24 minutes ago. They said, well, yeah.
I know the culture very well. I know the language. I know the people. I know the history. I also know extremely well their military capabilities, extremely well, all the way down to their clandestine capability all across the globe. I know the names of Qasem Soleimani's ex-girlfriends. So I know Iran. I literally helped plan all of our options for many years on how you destroy the Iranian regime. And I believe that, you know, we talk about closing Hormuz as if that's, you know, the Iranian end game scenario. You know, Truth's been saying they've been preparing for this for years. Well, we know where every one of their fast attack boats are. We know where all their mine-laying vessels are. We know where all of every single one of their imaginary 10,000 ships.
Thomas,
we know where they are all at.
Thomas, when you say we, are you referring to America?
Yes. Yes, and in all likelihood, we share that information with the Israelis. We know where every one of their micro subs are. Listen. I'm telling you, you need to listen. I work in the community, have worked in the community for years. We know where all of their stuff is, okay? And here is what I believe will probably happen. This is a guess. This is what I would do. I would lure the Iranians into deploying their navy to close the Straits of Hormuz. Because of the economic threat that poses to the world, the U.S., the French, the British, everybody will be incentivized to annihilate the Iranian Navy. Once the Iranian Navy is destroyed and once the Iranian ballistic missile capability is destroyed, then we've done exactly what has been planned for decades, to put Iran back in their little box. The only thing that kept us from doing that in the past, and this is very, very important, the only thing that kept us from doing that in the past was that they had Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Lebanese Hezbollah, and the Houthis. Now, there's no Palestinian Islamic Jihad, there's no Hamas, there's no Lebanese Hezbollah. This is the perfect opportunity. No, this is, listen to what I'm telling you. This is the perfect opportunity because Iran for decades has been able to rely on their asymmetric power projection capability. That is no longer in existence. Because of that, this is a perfect time for Israel to behead the regime and turn the country of Iran over to the Iranian people. It's a theocracy. The Iranian people do not want the supreme leader anymore. It's an antiquated system. The regime needs to go. And the first thing you got to do that is you gotta destroy their missile capability.
Let's get some refutes. It sounded like a Netanyahu script. Let's Truth. Do you want to respond to the Netanyahu script?
Yeah, that's amusing to me. So what you just heard there is the
here we go
ripping off the country before they fled. You know, after there was a revolution there to install what's currently
You're not answering the question.
Thomas, you can refute afterwards.
You never really asked the question. You just spit out some bullshit. So I reject the whole premise of your question anyway. So let's address that first, and then we'll see if there's much of a question left. Because I don't believe there is. Look, what you just spat out there was just a bunch of gibberish and nonsense. It was the hope that both Netanyahu and the West had when they first attacked Iran, that there would just be an uprising. And, you know, even Netanyahu did a speech in Farsi to try to get the Iranian dissidents to rise up against their government. You know what that did? After you killed women and children in their country, it fully united the country. Now they support their government even more. Now they want to stand. They're standing.
Yeah, that's 100% true.
Against Israel and against America. That's what you just did.
It was a complete failure and a disaster of a policy to think that you were going to divide the country by striking in and killing their women and children. But that's the kind of psychopath mentality of some retards like you have. And go ahead and think you know where everything is. If you know where everything is, why don't you just strike it? You tried to strike the nuclear sites. You couldn't do that. That was a fail. Trump can claim all the glory he likes. If you can't strike nuclear sites, you think you can strike the missile sites? Guess what? They're also out of reach, beyond the access of the best bunker busters. The world knows that. Except Trump just still wants to believe a political scientist over physicists and engineers, because that's the kind of retard he is. The MAGA-tards like you believe in unconditionally. Yeah, you know where everything is. Sure you do. If you knew where everything was, you strike it and take it out. And if you think that Hamas and Palestinian Islamic Jihad, PIJ, are the reasons why, they're the reason. Do you think that presented asymmetric warfare? They're still there. After what? Since 10/7, Israel still hasn't been able to take them out. In fact, Hamas, based on the testimony of the Israeli ex-defense minister, they've grown stronger and they're bigger. So that was a fail. They're still there. Hezbollah is still there. They're just trying to work out the conflict they have from within with the corrupt government, which I think is a mistake. But they're still very much there, and they barely expended a fraction of what they are. Less than 5% has been touched. Again, that's based on Israeli military intelligence. So Hezbollah is still there. Is Ansarullah canceled out? Does that still represent asymmetric warfare that you mentioned? Yes, they do. Do you know what naval specialists in the U.S. stated about Ansarullah? They were so tough and so hard, they kept striking us. They struck out carriers, even the ones that are honest enough to admit it, that we had to make a deal with them. Please just stop touching our stuff. Go ahead in Israel. That, you think they'd make a deal like that if they could take them out? So if you can't take out Ansarullah, why the hell do you, why in God's green earth do you think you have any shot at trying to neutralize Iran that's spent the last 40 plus years with its human capital and all of its natural resources to build up a formidable army that you just want to underestimate and think, oh, they just have some 67 battleships. Who knows about the subs? You know nothing about the micro subs that are one of the most advanced in the world, that are fast and can evade some of the best sonar systems in the world. You don't know shit. That's the problem. And they may or may not have a nuke. They probably do, because I think they've been testing it, because you know what, 3 earthquakes in a week in different areas? I just don't believe it. And I know the region is prone to earthquakes. I'm familiar with the region as well. What I can tell you is one of them was absolutely a nuclear test, and they likely have it, but they don't need it now, because they're not going to tell you what their 10th move is going to be. They're going to go incrementally, and it'll be a death of 1,000 cuts. So while you sit there and you want to pontificate that, yeah, it's an easy call, we know where everything is, they shut down the Straits of Hormuz, we'll expose their navy and we'll wipe it out with one shot. Sure, just like you took out 1/3 of Russia's navy as well, and you're winning in Russia too, right? It's Ukraine that's winning the battle there. Keep standing by the Jews that keep feeding you this delusional nonsense. Well, that's fine. You're entitled to your opinion. You think it's an easy road ahead? Cool, go for it. All Trump's done is make mistakes. His policy's been a royal disaster, and he continues to lie and gaslight his audience into believing we successfully dismantled Iranian's nuclear power. Sure, you can believe that. They don't care. They don't. If you knew anything about the region and the culture, you know they don't have an ego. They don't care to counter you or get into these like petty debates and think, yeah, well, we need to one up the U.S. now. No, they're going to strike back proportionally because it's their legal right to do so. They're not there to flex, to impress their audiences.
All right, this guy's a hardcore Zionist. Look at this video. He's
a short time ago,
a bunch of these Israelis are fucking happy as hell, bro.
U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities.
The United States did the right thing, and the significance of this moment cannot be overstated. This isn't just a military move, it's a message that the United States, imperfect and often criticized, is still standing on the front line in the fight for human freedom.
Bruh. See, man, yo, see how these IOs behave, bro? What he really means is, yo, they fight and they stand in the way of us fucking getting accountability. That's what it really means, man.
Against tyranny, against terror, just as it has in the past. When I used to guide tours in Berlin, I used to say, you can sum up the entire 20th century of European history in just 3 words. God bless America. I know it sounds provocative, but it is true. Why is there peace in Western Europe today? Why are those countries democratic? Hitler had very different plans for Europe. But then America stepped in.
Top H.
Even back then, just like today, there were strong forces inside the US pushing for isolation. 2 of the most prominent were Henry Ford, the car manufacturer, and Charles Lindbergh, the American pilot and national hero. Both of them, by the way, claimed that the Jews were the one pushing America into war.
Look, man. Henry Ford was a real nigga, chat. He was a real nigga, bro. Rewind that part real quick.
There were strong forces inside the US pushing for isolation. Two of the most prominent were Henry Ford, the car manufacturer, and Charles Lindbergh, the American pilot and national hero. Both of them, by the way, claimed that the Jews were the one pushing America.
I mean, is he lying? Is he fucking lying, though?
Into war. It's disturbingly similar to what some opponents are saying today. It's absolutely legitimate to debate whether or not to go to war. Of course, not everyone who opposes World War II was anti-Semitic. But I do find it fascinating that some of the loudest voices back then, 80 years ago, and some of the loudest voices today are using the same argument, Jewish power. The reason Western Europe enjoys democracy today is because the US, together with the Soviet Union, brought Nazi Germany to its knees. They forced an unconditional surrender, and the price Germany paid was enormous. 10% of its population died. 7 million Germans were killed. German cities were turned to rubble. But in historical hindsight, it was worth it. And I think most Germans today would agree.
Yeah, innocent people dying during the Holodomor or Dresden was worth it.
By the way, one of the reasons Nazi Germany became so strong in the 1930s was precisely because the West was trying to avoid war. The appeasement, the diplomacy, the attempts to satisfy Hitler only made him stronger. As my good friend Winston Churchill once said, an appeaser is one who feeds a crocodile hoping it will eat him last. Now, personally, I don't fully agree with him. Those who supported appeasement genuinely believed that by making concessions, they would avoid another global war. But when you negotiate with evil, evil grows stronger. And what happened right after World War II ended? The Cold War began. There is an episode that most people outside Germany barely know about, the Berlin blockade. West Berlin was a tiny island surrounded by communist East Germany. The Soviets tried to starve the city by cutting off all roads and rail access.
You know, this is great because sometimes, guys, you got to look at media like this so you guys can understand how brainwashed the rest of society is, bro. Like, this is like blue pill history right here. Blue pill history 101, chat.
Wanted to force West Berlin into submission. American could say, why risk war? It is just half a city. A ruined city we bombed just 5 minutes ago. But under the leadership of General Lucius Clay, the Americans said, this is our red line. And they launched a massive airlift, flying in food, coal, and supplies to keep West Berlin alive. And they broke the Soviet siege. That event had an enormous impact. The US directly stood up to the Soviet Union and won. The message echoed far beyond Berlin. On General Clay's grave, who died in 1978, the people of Berlin placed a stone that reads, we thank the preserver of our freedom. And after saving Western Europe and West Berlin, America saved Korea, South Korea.
All right, bro. See how he's like, dude, this is just a glaze fest. Like, oh yeah, we love it when America intervenes and fights our wars for us, bro. Holy.
So nothing to worry about.
I didn't say there weren't nothing to worry about. I never said that. I said that they are actually not the state-of-the-art hypersonic missiles.
What's a hypersonic
Listen,
missile?
let me answer the question.
Come on, Thomas, you gotta learn. Thomas, you're looking really bad here. Can't even define what a hypersonic
look, Thomas, can you answer Truth's question? What's a hypersonic missile?
Come on, you've had plenty of time to Google it. What's taking you so long? Are you slow typing?
I've said
with one finger at a time?
What I needed to say. Otherwise, this conversation with Truth is a complete waste of time.
Thomas, you know how to use AI?
You guys don't even know who this ass clown is, okay? You don't even know who this ass clown is, and you're listening to it.
Okay, guys, this is just becoming unbearable to listen to. Listen, Thomas, finish your point. Truth, stop interrupting. It's just unlistenable. Let him make his point, and then I'll get somebody a chance to respond. It doesn't have to be Truth. It could be anybody else. Thomas, your argument's ridiculous. No one knows who you are either. Just make the point.
No.
One second, Thomas. Let me finish. Make your point, because what you're doing is you keep mentioning his name, and then you're bringing him into the situation. I don't really care about your opinion on Truth. I don't really care about what you think about him. It's irrelevant to me, and it's irrelevant to the audience. In terms of your argument about the hypersonic missiles, explain your argument in relation to why you think A, it's not the most advanced tech, and B, you made the statement, quote, it's not really hypersonic. So please explain those points, and then I will give it to somebody, Sam will give it to somebody to rebut your argument, maybe Andrew, just to get some kind of variation in the conversation. Go ahead.
okay, if I can, without interruption, I will happily answer your question. They do go very fast and they go hypersonic speed, but the problem is that they don't have the last second trajectory adjustments, the capabilities that the Russians, the Chinese, and the U.S. have. So they are not quite as advanced. They are their most advanced missile capability, okay, but they are not quite as advanced as the U.S., the Russians, and the Chinese.
Have hypersonic.
No, when I said they were primitive, I was talking about the micro subs. The micro subs are not the most advanced submarines in the world.
Thomas, just one thing at a time, but just that specific argument you made, you didn't make the argument that they're not hypersonic. You kind of said they are hypersonic, but they're not as advanced as American, Russian, and Chinese technology.
My understanding is they don't go actually to the speed with which the Russians, the Chinese, and the U.S. go. So they are hypersonic, but they're but they're not. They don't have the. I can't think of the terminology right now. The last. I'm not a missile expert. I'm a human intelligence, counterintelligence guy. But my point is, my point is they do pose a threat to Israel, but I think it's a manageable threat over time. That'll be fine. This is a war between Israel and Iran.
How is it manageable? How is it being managed?
Because
Why is Israel still getting decimated? Why is it being managed?
I'm still being interrupted, guys. I don't know why you guys allow this in your space. It's the most obnoxious.
This is entertaining, man.
And because this guy he has no respect for anybody, and you guys still listen to him. My point is, my name, my reputation, who I am, what I've done is all out in public. You guys are listening to a guy you don't even know who he is. Don't listen to people.
Listen, Thomas. Right, I'm gonna move on from you because the problem is I keep telling you not to make it personal to truth, and then obviously he's gonna jump in and respond. So the fact that you are specifying things to him is actually causing the issue in terms of the argument. First thing. The second thing is your appeal to authority isn't something that's accepted because we know authority can manipulate, and therefore all we care about is the substance of your argument, hence why we're trying to look at your argument. The third point is, in terms of your own expertise, you just admitted that your expertise isn't missiles, and therefore your position is more as a layman, and actually your expertise is, what you did say, human intelligence, counterintelligence, and essentially an intelligence operation. So there's more of a chance, based on your expertise, that you're doing an intel up on this space as opposed to anything else. So I think that's an important point to know. Now, I've heard what you had to say. I want to hear Andrew's response because Andrew has got a significant amount of expertise as well. Go ahead, Andrew. What's your thoughts on what he said?
Okay, Thomas, no doubt you have your expertise in whatever areas, but the truth is what Truth is saying, and I don't know Truth, but I've been listening to him for 2 weeks. We have all heard the bullshit rhetoric that you're spewing out. Now, please, let's be objective here, not personal, but the rhetoric that you're spewing is propaganda. It's pure Judaized propaganda. And immediately, I knew you were going to use the anti-Semitic. You're going to throw up the anti-Semitic card. And the minute you threw up that card, I said, bing, you're nailed. You are a talking propagandist, sir. You really are. Wake up. We heard this rhetoric in Gulf War I. I had skin in the game in the first Gulf War. Okay, I lost a son in the Gulf War. I buried our men. I'm a retired naval officer, sir. Now, why are Colonel McGregor and the actual, I'm talking real men, not lap ponies, not lap dogs that just say whatever Trump says, how high they jump. Now, you can speak all of the rhetoric you want, but in the end of the day, you're just spewing rhetoric, propaganda.
Right. Let's go to.
Well, Andrew, hold on real quick. Hold on. I'm actually interested, Andrew. Can you attack some of his arguments? I'd be happy to hear what you got to say here. As far as him saying that.
Well, first of all, yes. First of all, anytime you hear someone demeaning, and I mean seriously demeaning and putting down the capabilities of a potential enemy, looking at this militarily, the United States Navy here, Anytime someone puts down someone as primitive, as, that right there raises 10 red flags. They're little mini submarines and whatnot. They're not primitive. They're not primitive. The United States has been, in fact, in the 1990s, I retired in from active duty, 95, 96, consulting for years after that into 2000, but I stayed very closely engaged in consulting in Naval Institute. The United States Navy knew the carriers were dead. Those are dinosaurs. Even and I'm submarine warfare qualified, even our fast attacks in the Strait of Hormuz, I've talked over and over again in the Persian Gulf. We need to go technology, truth, and listening to truth speaking. This young man has his facts straight. I'm listening to everything he's saying. So what this Thomas was saying about this, they got primitive, we know where everything is, we're going to take them out. That is very, very, that's all hypothetical. And that's a lot of, he's speaking without, it sounds like he's reading a script of some propaganda stuff. So putting down Iran like that is very dangerous.
But in terms of his specific argument that you believe is propaganda, so obviously he's admitted or conceded that they are hypersonic.
Okay.
And I guess his only point of contention in the end ended up becoming, once we teethed out, his point was that Iran's missiles aren't as advanced as the US, China and Russia ones.
And basically, to be more specific, his argument also is that he's saying the hypersonic missiles that Iran deploys are not as sophisticated because when the warhead is supposed to detach from the main body of the weapon, it doesn't detach as, I guess, efficiently, where it starts to navigate and, kind of zigzag all across the air to avoid detection. That's what he was trying to say. Basically, when it hits, when it detaches, it's not as sophisticated as combating air defense. That was what you're trying to say, right, Thomas? I see you giving a bunch of hundreds. So I'm assuming that was your argument. It's not that they don't have hypersonics. It's not as good as ours.
Its terminal guidance systems. Its terminal guidance systems are not as advanced. It goes hypersonic speed, but its terminal guidance systems are not as advanced, and they're easier to defeat than U.S., China, or Russia.
All right, fair enough. So that's his argument. His argument is basically at the last part before impact, it's not as sophisticated as China, U.S., Russia with evading, air defense because it doesn't squirm as much and, obviously throw off the radar as efficiently. That's his argument.
Yeah, Tel Aviv disagrees with you, Thomas, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a pedantic argument. It's a hypersonic missile anyway, and we know that the Iron Dome struggles with those. So I think it's kind of a moot point to even go over this as far as clearly they've done damage to Iran, to Israel. I guess, Thomas, so my thing is, if we've had all this information for so long, right, why even bother with negotiating with them? Why even go through a nuclear deal all these years? If we had these capabilities in this intel, why even bother?
I think, first of all, Trump does not want this war with Iran to go on. He did not want this war with Iran to go on. So I think that this is, as I said, this is about trying to curtail Iran's power projection capability to put them back in a box so that they are not a threat to the region. And I believe Israel is using the situation that has occurred with Hamas and Lebanese Hezbollah. This is a rare and unique opportunity to go after the head of the snake in Tehran, the actual Iranian regime, and this is probably the best opportunity that they've had to go after their mortal enemy in probably 30 years.
Fair.
Because
Thomas,
of the
real
weakness of
quick.
their proxies and partners.
Thomas, you're 100% spot on. This is, I've said this many times on my pod. There's a reason why they're moving with urgency. There's a reason why Netanyahu is trying to get involved in this conflict. The proxies are weak. This is the best time to strike. They've been waiting for this opportunity. You're 100% right about that. Now, you did say something earlier saying they're a threat in the region. I would disagree with that a little bit. I would say they're a threat to Israel, not necessarily the region. If anything, the region was more on their side than Israel. So I would argue it's Israel that's the one that's they're the threat to Israel. Therefore, why we're stepping in. Not really the region.
I think that I agree with you because I don't think Iran was going to go to war with Saudi Arabia. I don't think that they were going to necessarily go. They right now they control Iraq and they control
Thomas,
Syria.
They normalize,
so there's no reason to go to war there.
Yeah, they normalize relations. A lot of people don't know this. Like Iran and Saudi Arabia normalized relations like a year or two ago. Like they've been doing military exercises with their air forces together. Like Iran and Saudi Arabia are pretty much good now. So I would argue Iran's not really a threat to the region. Rather, they're simply a threat to Israel. And that's the real reason we're intervening. Now, I can see your perspective. You're making the argument saying like the terrorist regime, we don't like it, blah, blah, blah. But I don't really see Iran as a threat to the United States. And I think with us helping Israel, because Iran's really the threat to Israel, we've kind of put ourselves into a fight we didn't need to get into, is my argument here.
Here's the one analysis, though, that I would propose. And that is that we are looking further down the road at a possible war with China over Taiwan, potentially, okay? And what we don't want is we don't want to have Iran in a situation where they can cause us problems further afield. And so I am seeing this sort of globally. It is in our best interest for the regime to be removed, because it would take away a playing piece from the Russians and the Chinese if we could, with the help of the Israelis, get rid of the Iranian regime.
Okay,
so I'm
real quick, can I ask you a question, Thomas?
An
I actually agree.
advantage
Hold
in a
on.
future battle.
Thomas, I actually agree with you 100%. Obviously removing Iran and removing the regime would 100% serve, the purpose you just mentioned. I actually agree with you on that. And, I've been saying since the beginning, this has not been about nuclear weapons. This has been about regime change. So we agree there. But let me ask you this. How would we actually effectuate the regime change? Because now they got nuclear weapons card has been exhausted. So what's left? The regime is still there. They can rebuild if they really needed to. Some people argue, like True Teller, that they've already moved the most vital materials and equipment, aka the centrifuges, the highly enriched uranium. They've already moved it out because they knew this attack was coming. So my thing is, I see your perspective is regime change. How are we going to actually do that? I think that's the problem, because we needed to go put 200,000 boots on the ground for Iraq, and that still, cost us a lot of money, a lot of dead people, a lot of people died. It was, trillions of dollars. So to do regime change in Iran, when it's a more capable military, bigger country, more hazardous environment with mountains, etc., I look at it as a nightmare. So how are they going to actually impose this regime change?
No, you're right. 100%. We cannot, Israel, the U.S., nobody. Iran is a natural fortress. You cannot, by force, overthrow the regime. I think that if you listen to what Netanyahu said, it was about decapitation of the regime, and he hoped that the regime would change. But that was not his goal. His goal was to destroy their nuclear capability, destroy their missile capability. And if regime change occurred, great. And that's why I say put Iran back in a box, right? If you put Iran back in the box, then maybe the Iranian people will overthrow the regime and become a modern country. They are not a modern country. They're living in a theocracy. And again, I've said this going back to when we first went into Iraq and Afghanistan. This is just an opportunity for the people of those countries to come into the modern world and to overthrow the despots and the theocratic rulers, etc. So for
Tom,
me,
Tom,
this
real
is
quick,
not about.
Let me ask you this then, Tom. I see your argument, right? You're saying, look, we're weakening Iran. We're putting the window there for them to effectuate a regime change. I'll be honest with you, dude. I've spoken with many Iranians that live there, live here, whatever, and I've been kind of trying to get a gauge on this. And from the people I've spoke with, looking at the Iranian news, etc., though I agree with you that there's been a fracture in the government between the reformists and the conservatives, and there's been obviously tension there because of sanctions and people being angry, I would argue that Israel's attack on Iran actually united the Iranian people behind the regime. I'm not arguing that there aren't people that dislike the regime. I agree with you there. But I would argue that this attack, when it came to trying to get the people to rise up, I think it actually backfired from that perspective.
Okay, and this is where I think I'm with Truth on certain elements of what you're talking about specifically. The Iranian people, the Persians, are a very proud people. They are a very they love their culture, they love their history. So what I think happens in this situation like this is and this is where I think it could potentially backfire, because what happens is they want the regime to change, but they want it to change naturally. They don't want to be forced to change by someone else. And so, and that's why, we've tried for years, the U.S., has tried for years to overthrow the regime from inside, whatever the case may be, to find people inside the country that wanted to overthrow the regime. The problem is they view themselves as overthrowing themselves. And so it's a very interesting situation because of what you're talking about. They are proud of what they've accomplished. One of the things that I think the Supreme Leader and the IRGC has done is they have made the Iranian people very proud of their ability to resist the outside Western influence. They are proud of that. And so it's a conundrum where we see them as a threat to, say, Israel, okay, or as a threat to us if we go to Taiwan. So we do something about it, and it does, because of the culture, it unifies the Iranian people again. But that doesn't change the fact that we still have to, that's why I say put them back in a box and try and work with them. And I think it's very interesting that the son of the Shah is, trying to stir something up. Because that's kind of a new thing on the public. That's been going on for decades, but not on the public stage. Now it's on the public stage. And so maybe he's presenting another option.
Thomas, thank you for proving that the United States is the biggest terrorist country in the world and is actually interfering in another country and want to change the regime in another country, the same way you are saying that Iran. So basically, you say Iran interferes in the Arab world, but you have the right to interfere in Iran to change the regime. This double standard is unbelievable. Thank you. Please keep talking. I want the people to listen. That who is the real terrorist?
Look, Ibrahim,
what does it mean when you say put them back in a box?
I know.
Does that mean they were in a box before?
What I mean is to put them back, to limit their ability to project power and intimidate or threaten their neighbors.
So exactly
that's what I mean by put them back in a box.
Jews just want to subdue every country that poses a threat to Israel. You're just representing the Jewish narrative now. Thank you.
True.
And Tom, well, look at the
I know where you're coming from.
Have you read no, you don't. Have you read the document Path to Persia? It was drafted by both the Brookings Institute and the Haim Saban Institute. Do you know what that's about? It was drafted in 2009.
Wait.
Do you know what's there?
Say it again. Say it again. What's the title?
Okay, type it out letter by letter. It's called The Path to Persia, and it was drafted by the Brookings Institute and the Haim Saban Institute. It's the plan to go and invade Iran, disrupted with Israel's help, of course, to want to essentially take over its resources, take over the country, and balkanize it. That's the plan. So they've had this plan for a long time. Yeah, you didn't know. I know you didn't know that. So it's a bunch of Jewish think tanks. I know you don't read. We all know you don't read. You don't know anything either. But the point is, these two Jewish think tanks.
Why do you guys allow these personal attacks and you criticize me? This is ridiculous. It's childish.
No one's criticizing you. There's nothing.
It's childish, Truth. Come on, man. You got to be smarter than this. You got to come up with a better strategy.
Well, I just presented a document to you that you weren't aware of.
You don't even let me finish. If I read it, I read it in 2009. If I read it in 2009.
Look, let's not argue over what has been read or read. Look, your argument, Thomas, is you think that Israel and America have the right to put Iran, what you call quote unquote, back in their box. And the reason for that is because you think they're intervening around the region. So with that argument, do you agree that Iran has the right and the region has the right to quote unquote put Israel back in its box? Would you treat that in the same way?
Good question.
Thomas.
Simon, I do believe that they have a right to defend themselves to their fullest extent. Why would I think that they didn't? Okay.
All right.
Of course they have a right to defend themselves.
Okay.
Of course they have a right to defend themselves.
It's about putting Israel back in their box as well. Why are you talking about? This is about the aggressor. This conflict is about the aggressor.
I'm saying that's what I think their strategy is. Okay, I didn't say whether it was right or wrong. I'm just saying that's what I think the strategy is. Okay, that's all. I didn't say it was right or wrong.
Okay, Thomas.
Can I chime in here? I've been listening to you guys for days, and this guy Thomas, it's not a personal attack, Thomas, but you're the emblematic issue of what is the problem with American worldview of other countries. You just said that Iranian microsubs are primitive. It comes from a white ethno-supremacist belief that America was founded on, and it's the same ideology that Israel has, and the same reason it kills all these kids in Gaza and looks at them as Amalek. So the ideology that you have is putting him back in the box. The regime in Iran is not going to fall unless you put boots on the ground. And you got to put 1 million man boots on the ground to go into Iran. It's not going to be that easy. Secondarily, the Pahlavi, the Shah's son, all Iranians, in the diaspora and even people in Iran, they hate that guy because he wrapped himself his wife wrapped himself in the Israeli flag.
Yep.
So a country that attacks your own country
and kiss the wall.
Look at the videos from Iran. People understand Farsi and see even the women. They're not wearing hijab in Iran. They despise that guy and they despise the MEK, the Mujahideen Khalq, who are the ones who, with Mossad, are doing all these terrorist acts in Iran. There's not going to be any regime change. They had their one shot on June the 13th to do a decapitation event. They went to Khamenei's house. They tried to kill him, but he left 1 hour before. Yes, they thought the regime was going to top. That ship has sailed. The problem is, and I believe that Iran knew that the U.S. was coming. We all knew they were coming for the B-2 bombers last night, and they let them get hit. Just like the United States knew and FDR knew that the Japanese were coming to Pearl Harbor, and they let them get hit. Why? Because Iran's goal has been to extricate Israel from the Middle East, which is the American outpost, and get rid of them once and for all. And they let them get hit. The people are all riled up. 99% of the Iranian population is pro, not the regime, but pro-Iran right now, and they're all lining up to go to war. And you guys don't understand what they just did last night with his attack with Donald Trump, who is compromised. He is compromised in the Epstein file. Anyone who knows anything about Donald Trump, and I've been following him since the 1980s when he owned the New Jersey Generals of the USFL, his best friend, Epstein, said he's his best friend for 10 years. 10 years is his best friend. A known pedophile was his best friend. He's been on flight logs dozens of times with going to Epstein. He's on, Michael Wolff was on multiple podcasts last month saying that he saw pictures of Donald Trump with 13 and 14-year-old girls topless sitting on his lap, pointing to his crotch that is stain on it, laughing. Why is he not suing him? Why is the Epstein files not being released? They got stuff on Donald Trump, but regardless, America did something because, again, the way Thomas said, they're primitive, backward people. Yeah, we're just going to open a can of whoop-ass on them and take care of them like we did Syria, and we did stuff we did in Iraq, and we did in Libya, sodomizing Gaddafi. This is a whole different can of worms. This is a different country. The Iranian missiles, the hypersonic missiles you're making fun of, they can hit targets. They're the only country besides China that can hit an aircraft carrier in the middle of the ocean. The United States doesn't have that technology. Russia doesn't have that technology. Only Iran and China has. So you can say, oh, we're going to know where they are. We're going to do all this stuff. That's watching too many James Bond movies and Tehran serials on Apple TV. This is a very dangerous thing that Donald Trump did.
Russia does have that tech. They can strike aircraft.
Well,
ICBMs.
They do have ICBMs, but the technology, Iran can hit targets thousands of miles away within a 1 meter square area. And no other country has that. And you can read about Tehran Moghadam, who was an Iranian scientist in the 1990s who was assassinated by the Israelis, who was a super smart guy. He was an Einstein-level genius who set up the entire Iranian. He's like the von Braun of Iran. He set up the missile program that these guys are going on. Iran has Sharif University, the top robotic kids in the world. They beat MIT students all the time. They're from Sharif University. This is not going to be an easy war. And what Donald Trump did, because he said, we just hit you once last night, and that's it. Well, in Iranian culture, it's like saying, hey, dude, I effed your wife just one time. Forgive me. No, they're not going to forgive, bro. So, Thomas, you better, I don't know where you got your information from, but I don't know. You're basically like a propagandist, like I think one of the other talks were talking about. Unfortunately, the white supremacists, ethno-supremacists, they think the white person, which Iranians are Indo-European, they're white, but I'm talking about European white they're thinking of, that they're going to just open a can of whoop-ass and take care of these
Thomas is Jewish, man. He's not white. It's not ethno white. You keep saying white. It's not that. Andrew's white too. He doesn't think that way. Andrew's just sorry. Thomas is just ignorant because he represents the Jewish narrative.
Yeah. He's not ignorant. He does it on purpose. This is the problem with these conversations. That everyone assumes that they're acting in good faith. These guys are just acting in bad faith. There's no misunderstanding. They're not going to get convinced by you, no matter how rational and amazing and fire.
Guys. Let's focus back. Hold on.
Total airspace, air superiority
real quick, guys. Let's refocus the conversation to what's actually going on here. Let's keep it geopolitical. Here's my thing.
Can I say one more thing? I'm just saying, if a country has true air superiority, show us one video of an Israeli F-35, F-15, F-16 flying around in airspace. One. Just show us one. They don't have any because there isn't any. All the attacks on Iran are from inside, from MEK and Mossad and Indian infiltrators coming in from the east.
Okay. So fair. I can see that you guys are going back and forth on this situation. That's fine. I think the bigger question here to ask is, we know that they tried to effectuate regime change. I think everybody in here agrees that Iran is a fortress, and to actually be able to effectuate that regime change, you would need to put well over 200,000 men in a mountainous area that's extremely dangerous against a capable military with a sophisticated missile system. In other words, it'd be suicide. Then we also know, we don't know this for a fact, but there's intel on this, that Iran obviously knew that they were going to be attacked. So it would probably behoove them, as soon as they entered in with the this nuclear deal, that the world, knowing where their nuclear facilities are, they probably went ahead and took all the most important items, the centrifuges, the enriched stuff, whatever, leave the nuclear facilities as is, let them bomb them, let them think that they went ahead and got, a big W. But in reality, they still have maintained. Hold on, Ivy, hold on. So there's these rumors, right, that they still have nuclear capability. That's fine. So here's the bottom line. If they still preserve their nuclear capability and we can't get into the country to effectuate regime change, this was a monumental failure and did nothing. Let's be honest. If they're still in power and they have the nuclear capability and we can't go in there to effectuate the regime change, this was all a fucking waste of time, honestly. So, time will only tell if they've been able to preserve their nuclear program. But let's say they didn't do it. Let's go with the best case scenario for the West. Let's say the U.S. and Israel actually did destroy their nuclear capability. Let's say they did. Well, they can go ahead and just restart it back up, because there's no regime change. So I would say, even if they did destroy their nuclear capability, it's still an L for the West. Because for them, they look at it like, Iran's evil, we got to get rid of the regime, whatever. Well, they don't have the capability of doing it, because we know what it's going to take. And it's going to take boots on the ground, and that's going to be extremely politically unfavorable. So, I don't really see how this is a win for the West, man. I don't, unless someone else wants to kind of give me an angle here. I'm trying to see what the fuck was the point of all of this, because we spent $300 million plus just to run that B-2 bomber operation last night. And if we're not doing the regime change, what was the purpose?
I think the B-2 is mostly a marketing exercise. The plane isn't outdated. It's that stealthy. It's not really a stealth bomber. It's picked up on radar. It's extremely expensive. It's mostly a marketing tool for the U.S. government, and that's kind of what they're trying to broadcast, right? And I don't know. It was kind of weird.
So you think this was a really expensive commercial?
A little bit, yeah. To be honest.
To get people to buy the B-2 bomber from us?
I didn't understand too much though, about moving the centrifuges, because these things are not small, but on top of that, where would they move them? I think it would actually make it an easier target if they took them above ground and tried to move them somewhere, right? Like, you have to assume that there are satellites on that.
They probably have an entire underground city.
That's what I was gonna say. I was gonna say that I would not be surprised, dude, if Iran doesn't have one or two or three other facilities that no one fucking knows about, because here's the thing with the Iranians that I've kind of noticed as I've been breaking this shit down. They're very intelligent, and it's almost like they built in a system where if you destroy one component, it doesn't matter. They've duplicated that in multiple other areas over a vast country. And, cool, you destroyed the stuff that you know about. But, we know with their ballistic missile system, for example, they have caches of missiles and rockets and all this other stuff all across the fucking country. So I would not be surprised if they employed the same type of strategy with their nuclear program. Obviously, they won't be able to be as diverse with it because, you know, enriching uranium is extremely labor intensive. But I would not be surprised if Iran didn't have other facilities that we don't know about where they're doing this. So I can't really see how the West won here. I really can't. Go ahead, Simon. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, let's not forget they backed Hamas to build their tunnel network. You're telling me they didn't have one of their own?
Yeah, good point. Good point. So, I mean, in my mind, right, I'm really trying to, and I'm being objective here. I don't really give a shit about what side. I think we shouldn't even have gotten involved in this conflict. But, you know, I can't help but think, as an American taxpayer, right, why the fuck did we go ahead and bomb a bunch of nuclear facilities that allegedly have nukes, right? And even if we did destroy the nukes, the people that built the nukes are still alive and can rebuild them. Iran has demonstrated for decades that they've mastered the cycle. They know how to enrich uranium. They have a bunch of scientists. Cool. Israel killed like 20 of them. Oh, well, they have a bunch more. And we know that they had Russian engineers there. So them being able to build up another nuclear program is completely possible and probable. So if they're not going to do a regime change, this was just a big fucking smoke and mirrors, in my opinion. I mean, I'm trying to figure out here what the benefit is. We just wasted a bunch of money for no reason. Maybe the Israelis are going to feel a bit safer, but
Myron, isn't it against international law to destroy a nuclear facility with a bomb? No one's talking about that. To drop bombs on a nuclear facility is against it. That's an act of terror, actually.
Wait a minute, Myron. You said for Israel to feel safer. Did Israel feel safer 3 hours later when Iran was decimating Tel Aviv and Haifa?
Yeah, they're getting hit back pretty hard. What's the latest with that, by the way, guys?
Myron, so then the mission was a complete disaster and a fail on behalf of Israel, and let's just admit it didn't work. And for everyone wondering about Iran's Navy and their microsabs, I put a post in the Nest. Even Grok says they do pose a threat to the U.S. aircraft carriers. They can swarm them and strike them whenever they want. So there's proof.
But I think it wasn't a disaster for Trump. He basically televised and advertised that I'm down for the homies like this. Yes, I will spend whatever money, and the budget's almost $1 trillion for the DoD. They don't care about.
I think that's what
300 million.
You know what? Let me.
Because Myron, look, I have a question. So, do you think that Trump did the right thing? Do you think that he did the right thing tearing up the deal, escalating like this, and being on the side of, oh, they have nukes and they're a threat to the world? Do you think that Trump is correct with all these things?
Complete monumental failure.
It's not a trick question.
No, of course. I think this is a monumental failure in foreign policy, and the more I'm like kind of reading into this, the more I'm thinking to myself, like, what benefit did we get here? So
I have a follow up.
Okay, yeah, sure.
So you say no, he's wrong with this, right?
Yeah.
But then the implication, though, is that you said that you wouldn't be surprised if they have other facilities, and that would mean that, well, then they weren't abiding by the deal, the Iran deal, the nuclear deal that they had with Obama, and Trump would be right to tear it up because clearly then they're hiding sites and they weren't showing it all to the IAEA.
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So
well, here's the thing.
So if they had sites no one knew about, then he is actually right here. But I don't think that they had sites.
Well, let's assume they did have sites.
They were being transparent.
Let's assume they did have sites, right? Let's not forget, guys, that if we go back in time a little bit, the nuclear deal was done in 2015. 3 years later, Trump ripped it up, right? It's 2025 now. I would not be surprised because everyone in the international community vouches for this, by the way. During those 3 years, during the nuclear deal process, Iran was to the T. They were doing what they were supposed to do. Because they wanted the sanctions lifted, right? That was the big thing. They wanted the sanctions lifted. They were tired of their fucking money, with inflation, etc. But once Trump came in, ripped up the deal, and then on top of that, Mike Pompeo putting them on the foreign terrorist list as the Secretary of State, I would argue I would not be surprised if during that period they started to build out other facilities. They started to realize, like, well, we can't trust the JCPOA or whatever, and kind of made this as how do I say this? Like almost as a last resort. Again, I'm not justifying their actions. I'm simply saying I'm kind of spitballing here what I think probably happened after the nuclear deal was ripped up in 2018. I would not be surprised if they went ahead and made a contingency plan. Like, clearly we can't trust the West. They don't stick to their word. We need to go ahead and have some type of alternative here as a last, like a panic button in case they do go ahead and go crazy with us. So that's kind of my thing. And the reason why I believe that is because they already have this system set up in place for their ballistic missile program. And that's obviously very coveted to them. Their nuclear program is too. So I would not be surprised if they didn't replicate that strategy in Iran. Sorry, with their nuclear program. Excuse me. Go ahead.
Good answer.
Myron, are you aware of the Millennium Challenge exercise that was carried out in the U.S. over the course of over 2 years, and $250 million was spent? It was overseen by 1,200 U.S. servicemen and plus generals as well. It was a strategy to invade Iran to see if they could be successful at it. It was right around the time they were looking to invade Iraq as well. They wanted to invade Iran first. So what they discovered very quickly within 24 hours of the exercise, which also included a blitz, by the way, so send in your best fighter jets, go for it, strike their targets. Again, this was over 20 years ago. What they discovered immediately is they would lose in every single battle scenario, including with the Navy fleet that currently existed then. So I ask you the simple question, is Iran grown stronger since 2002 or weaker? And given that the U.S. lost every single strategic battle within 24 hours, what chance do you think they have now, given that Iran's probably 10 times stronger than what it was?
Yeah, no, and that's what leads me to believe that this was a monumental failure. Because, so even if we go off the premise, let's go off the premise that they destroyed their fucking nuclear capability. Let's assume like they're done, they're cooked, you know, they don't even got scientists anymore. Let's assume the absolute worst case scenario for Iran. They lost everything, right? Well, unless you're going to go into Iran and kill Khamenei himself and get rid of the entire regime and disband the IRGC, like, they're still going to be there and they can rebuild, right? This isn't the first or last time they've had their capabilities diminished and then rebuild over years. So the more I think about this and the more I try to split it, I don't really see a W here. The only way that I can even think in my mind that this would be a W is this is just one big elaborate fucking commercial for the international community to, number one, see our capability, number two, sell our B-2 bombers or our weapons, and kind of go from there. Because during the press conference, and I don't know if you guys watched it earlier with Pete Hegseth, they made a point to kind of show their capability, how they got into airspace undetected, how they're able to get in and out quickly. Like, it was damn near like an infomercial if you watch it back. So, because I'm really trying to find out what fucking benefit did we get from this. And to me, it looks like the only benefit I could think is it's a fucking expensive ass commercial for American military equipment. Like, this is fucking crazy to me.
Well, the benefit they could have got was that they dumped Israel off their back. You know, they gave them a symbolic hollow victory, and they've actually fucked Israel over with this, because now Iran can go harder at them with no strategic loss to their nuclear program.
And they don't have the power of sanctions.
I'll make a distinction.
And they don't have the power of sanctions here. That's the thing. The BRICS partnership was, when Iran joined, there is an economic model that allows it to make sanctions irrelevant. And that is what China, Russia, and BRICS, the goal was to achieve. The economic activity can continue, economies can strengthen without the dollar, and they can make sanctions irrelevant. That was the goal. Mission achieved, mission accomplished. And so you can't even have the same economic impact anymore.
The goal, I think,
I'll
is
make a distinction, though. Hold on,
can I say something?
No, I was speaking. I'll make a distinction, though. It wasn't for American military equipment, because the B-2 is not sold. So that it's kind of like a FOMO thing, right? They're saying we're the only ones that have this. That's what he kept saying.
Yeah.
Right? We're the only ones with this power.
Yep.
We're the only ones that could do this. We're the only ones with these bombers, and you can't get them. So be on your best behavior, because we're also doubling down. Whatever the genocide that they want to conduct is not changing our position. They have a right to defend themselves, and we have a right to defend them. That's basically what they were saying. And remember things that you can't even counter.
And remember, there is a sales goal to the American people that is trying to be achieved right now. It's called One Big Beautiful Bill. It requires, over $1 trillion stimulus. It's asking to increase the debt ceiling to over $5 trillion. And the vast majority of the print is to spend on military-industrial complex profits, as well as Palantir and surveillance state. So it all ties into, if you can show that you're able to, that demonstration, whether the mission is successful or not, it all coincides with the sell of the stimulus of the big bill, which is a military bill primarily.
Well, if you
also
look at
on the cost, one point on the cost, though, I'll guarantee you that these ordinances have to be replaced from time to time. So I can probably almost guarantee you that the ones that they dropped were probably ones that were kind of on the way out, and they were going to replace anyway. So
But you asked what the purpose of this whole thing was, Miles. What the purpose of this mission was? You got to go back to June. You got to go back to June 13th. Why America helped Israel do this? It's the same thing they did in Libya. The same thing they did in Iraq. Is to cause chaos. American foreign policy is about creating chaos, destruction of the regimes, and then siphon the natural resources of those countries. Right? Most Americans don't know. Right now, a barrel of oil in Libya costs $10 for the French to take out of Libya right now. So that whole attack on Gaddafi and killing him, and he's an autocrat, and he's the worst person ever. They killed him. They sodomized him in the street and killed him. And now a barrel, and you guys can look this up, a barrel of oil from Libya right now costs about $10 to $15. And that's what they want to do. That's what American foreign policy is. Destroy these countries and then just take the resources on the cheap. That's what it is. And that's what they thought they were going to do with Iran too.
Yeah, I mean, I see your perspective, but there's no way that they're going to be able to do it. So it's like, okay, let's go ahead and project our power.
No, their hubris was that they could do it, though. Their hubris was when you call other people Amalek, when you look at the Palestinians as subhuman, and they're Israelis, they're ethnic supremacist outposts in the Middle East. They're basically Europeans that came in. They're not indigenous to those people. 70% of those people that live in Israel, the quote-unquote Israelites, are allergic to olive tree pollen. How's that possible if you're really from that land? Not 70% you cannot do genetic testing if you're an Israeli in Israel because they don't have Semitic blood. The real anti-Semitism they talk about, the Palestinians are Semites. So anytime anyone says anything against the Palestinians, it should be anti-Semitic.
We know this. We know all of this. We know.
No, bro. We all agree with you, bro. Trust me. Like, we've talked about this ad nauseum. I don't know if you're new to the space. Like, yeah, bro. I've said it a million times that the majority of Israel is Ashkenazi Jews, which is literally
But
Europeans.
you say why they do this? Because they're hubris. They went in there. They thought they're going to knock them out. We're going to go and do regime change, just like they did with the Shah, when they brought the father. That was the first CIA operation. Was when they took out Mossadegh and they brought the father father of the Shah into power. So that's what their hubris is. They think they can knock these people out. That's it.
A question, if anyone knows, just a little bit, move this along a little. Does anyone know what the depth of the earthquakes were? Because then that would probably clarify whether it was a test or just something natural, right?
Yeah, I mean, there was some talks. We discussed this like two days ago that there might be some nuclear testing being conducted by. Actually, I'm glad that you're in here.
The depth of the.
Yeah, you know what, Ivy? I'm actually glad that you're in here because you're a science guy. Yeah, a couple of days ago, we heard that there were earthquakes in Iran. A couple of last week, and some people were speculating that might have been nuclear testing. And the other thing that made them think that is because there were the earthquakes, if I'm not mistaken, came from the southern region, kind of closer to the border of Pakistan. And from what people had said, that region is also where Pakistan did their nuclear testing. So that led some to believe, is Iran doing a nuclear test? We don't know. But yeah, I don't know if anyone's confirmed that or anything. But, the more I think about this, dude, I wouldn't be surprised if Iran had a nuke somewhere, dude. I wouldn't be surprised, man. Honestly, this is, the more I look at this operation, the way that we did it, I don't see any strategic benefit to what the fuck we did, dude. I really don't, man.
Well, could you? I'm not by a computer. In Macau. So I gotta go soon. But could you look up the depth of the earthquakes? Because I really do think that's important.
13 kilometers below the Earth. I don't know why you can't do your own homework, man.
I just told you I'm not by a computer.
There were 3. Yeah, you can do it on your smartphone. Did you know that? You can mess around on here. You can also use AI on your smartphone, but you just don't want to do the work because you're lazy. You're making excuses.
I'm lazy? Okay.
Yeah, go fuck around at whatever bathhouse or brothel you're going to in Macau, or go gamble. It's fine. You're not a serious person anyway.
Okay, I'm gonna go explore the city.
All right, man.
What do you think's in Macau? It's the gambling mecca of Asia. What are you there for?
I'm there for a day. I was in Hong Kong.
All right. Anyway,
hey, Hasan, man. There's a lot to see
let's move forward, guys. What the hell's going on with Tel Aviv? What's going on with Tel Aviv, guys? I know. Yesterday, shortly after the U.S. strikes, Tel Aviv started getting missiles rained down on them. We saw strikes in several places all across Israel. Are the attacks still happening, or what's the latest with that?
No, there's a pause in hostilities, but Iran has said that I think the focus now is to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. They might be making plans for that. They'll carry on with the attacks on Israel. They've said they will. But again, they're going to maintain unpredictability. They're not going to tell you when or what they're going to strike this time.
If they attack
struck over 150 sites successfully. That was like 2 days ago. It's more than that now. It's difficult to ascertain exactly what they've done now because there's a media blackout in Israel and they're hiding. They've hit all the strategic ports now. They've, of course, hit all the air bases, Negev, Ramon, Nevatim, etc. We've already talked about striking down the fighter jets. They struck the refinery in Haifa as well. And they've struck a lot of residential buildings, too, that house terrorists and maybe some other weapons. Who knows? I mean, Israel, as we know, militarizes their hospitals. But they also struck the Mossad headquarters, the IDF headquarters, maybe the headquarters, too. We don't know. Because, we only learn about 1 or 2 out of 7 sites.
It looks like Marco Rubio is going live in about an hour, guys. Or the video is going to drop at least. This says the game is up. Rubio says Iran's days of playing the world are over, which is kind of comical.
Lindsey Graham said something very ominous. He said, Israel will not tolerate this regime for long.
Right. It's Israel's call. They're in the driver's seat. They call the shots, just like they thought they incite regime change by day 2. And Netanyahu sent his message out. And they still want to put this homosexual Shah's son, on the throne, thinking Iran wants a constitutional monarchy. I mean, it's just a bunch of gibberish. The guy's been coping for more than 4.5 decades now, wanting to take the mantle. It hasn't happened.
Someone needs to really press Netanyahu to send his fucking son from Miami directly to Gaza and go fight over there.
Anyway, yeah.
Guys, I'll be right back. I'm going to take a quick piss.
Is that going to be a game changer if he shows up? What for?
Because they have no skin in the game. They always just send everyone else's kids. Just like Andrew Tate said about Ben Shapiro.
Well,
the guy's sitting in his fucking booster chair. The guy's sitting in his booster chair, Ben Shapiro, telling everyone,
is Trump going to send Trump to war if they decide to declare war against Iran?
Of course not, but I'm saying that he should.
Of course not. So the elites never send their kids. They should, but they don't. Because it's only poor people end up sending their kids over, and usually from minorities.
And that's why they don't care. That's why they don't care.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like if you're a politician who wants to go to war, like your kids should go to war too, because other people shouldn't lose their kids to war, and then you get to sit pretty in your little mansion because you've been Israel's good slave. I absolutely agree with that. Guys, we do got some breaking news right now. A little bit of breaking news. We got the State Department saying Americans in Iran should shelter in place, no evacuation plan. So it's funny how there's no evacuation plans for dual citizen Iranians who are also American, but they evacuated those dual citizen Israelis right away within hours. So there's a double standard that's showcased right there, guys. They're picking those Israelis up, but they're leaving the Iranian Americans in the trenches. So there's that double standard again. Once again, if you are not a Jewish American or Israeli American, you get left in the dirt.
All right, guys. So we're going to look at some of the news that came out. But real quick before we do, quick message from our sponsor, guys. If you guys enjoy the content that I'm making, I'm up early. I never fucking stream this early on a Sunday, but I'm doing it for you guys. Love you, ninjas. You guys want to support me? Quick little message from our sponsor. Oh, shit. Hold on. Bro, production L. My bad, chat. We got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. All right, guys, literally, I'm running a special. You can get it for $4 to jump in, guys. If you rock with the work, I'm working really hard for y'all. The more you guys support, the more I can do this shit, guys. My goal, we're gonna get to a point, chat, where I'm gonna go live at 5, obviously like normal. But like, if some breaking shit happens, bro, I'm running in here and we're just streaming. Like yesterday, kid you not, bro. I'm asleep, haven't slept like all week, right? I fucking wake up. Oh man, I feel pretty good. I look at my fucking phone and I see like the U.S. hit Iran. I was like, what the fuck, bro? I didn't even brush my teeth, chat. I started going through Twitter, and I saw, like, literally, like, Trump was about to go on. I was like, what the fuck? Ran in here, right, with crust in my eyes still, turned the lights on and shit, changed all the timing because I had a show scheduled for for Sunday, 5 p.m. Switched that shit to last night, put in a thumbnail, all this, and then just went live, bro. So, you know, the only reason I'm able to do shit like that, right, is because you guys support on the OSS, man. As you guys know, I've been demonetized for 2 years. Fucking sucks. Pisses me off. The faster we hit 10K strong, the sooner I can stop running that goddamn ad, bro. All right, so let's fucking get to it. Anyway, let's get back to the show here. Let's see what Cuck Brett Beer gonna say.
The world watched B-2 stealth bombers fly west towards Hawaii and Guam. 7.
Link is below, guys. It's pinned in the description. It's top of the description, and it's also pinned in the chat. Jump in, man. $4 to join. Support the mission. $10 after that never goes up, or $75 for the year. Them boys 9/11 or JFK 9/11 for the year. All caps.
B-2 bombers, 2 crew members each, refueling, flying east, delivering their targets, hitting their targets. 14 total bombs under total stealth. Not a single shot fired, says Chairman of the Joint Chiefs Dan Kane, saying that no missiles were launched, no shots fired at our mission, no Iranian planes got airborne. They simply didn't see it. I want to bring back the special report anchor and our executive editor, Brett Baer. Brett, it's remarkable, these details, to learn that we literally got in and out without really being detected, hit all targets. It just strikes you at really the dominance. We heard from Secretary Hegseth, the unmatched capability of the American military, but boy, you really got to see it here, and likely sending a message to those that would do us harm.
Definitely. This is exactly what we were hoping for. Some details, as you mentioned, 7 B-2 bombers. This is the largest B-2 mission ever in the history of the U.S., dropping 14 of these massive ordnance penetrator bombs. Remember, those are 30,000 pounds each, the GBU-57. That's 420,000 pounds of ordnance just in the B-2 bombers dropping on those 3 nuclear sites. Then you add some 30-plus Tomahawk missiles from U.S. submarines. You've got 75 precision-guided bombs falling on these nuclear sites. Essentially, the message was, we're not at war with Iran. We're at war with Iran's nuclear program. And there is time for Iran to get back to the table, and the president seeks peace. But as we talked about before we came to this press conference, and Rachel, you mentioned the deception and the effort to really tighten down on operational security. You heard a little bit about that. Not only decoy planes going different places, also ghost planes on radars, as well as the B-2s going to the west, while others flew from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri. They are not saying exactly what the battle damage assessment is. Rightfully so. They're waiting for some more details on the ground. But that's really the big question. Where does Iran's nuclear program stand tonight or today? And this sounds like it is pretty devastated and decimated.
Brett, do you have any sense as to how they quote-unquote complete a BDA, a battle damage assessment? Because, you know, at this point, I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's unlikely that the Iranians are going to welcome in inspectors to look at what's left.
Yeah, the Israelis are on the ground. They're on the ground in significant numbers. We don't know exactly how, where, when, but they will provide some battle damage assessment from the ground. And then obviously our satellites and what we have in the air can give us decent pictures. I think the question about the nuclear material is what the chairman of the Joint Chiefs was asked, and said he's going to need more time. I was struck by, you know, this isn't about regime change. This is very precision. We talked about that going in. That was the message from the president last night. And it is one in which the Iranian leadership has to make a decision now. But if there is an attack on a U.S. facility, U.S. people, U.S. soldiers, U.S. bases, all bets are off.
Brett, they were asked, Secretary Hegseth was asked if the administration is indirect.
Yeah, I don't know if Iran is willing to go that step and attack the U.S. Obviously, you know, this there's no doubt about it. This attack on Iran's facilities is a huge provocation. But will Iran respond as severely as you know, hitting U.S. bases? I hope not.
Direct contact with Iran. Of course, he said yes, public and private measures. But something he said they know exactly what steps they need to take for peace. He didn't say what those steps are. What do you think those steps are?
Well, to give up enrichment has been one of the bars to start, and I think there's a long list.
Yeah, that's a non-negotiable, bro. Like, and the thing is that they have the legal right to fucking enrich uranium, bro.
That they've been talking about with the Europeans that has circulated around
that's like a non-starter. That's just fucking retarded. Like, we all know that they were not gonna, you know, do that.
Iranians turned their back on in Geneva. They may turn their back the other way, go back to the table, considering what they just saw last night. But we'll see. the question really is the Iranian leadership and when we hear from them. So far, it's been a lot of bluster online, a lot of social media saying, you know, the response is yet to come. It is going to be devastating for Israel and the U.S. Clearly, we'll see. And we mentioned the tentacles of terrorist cells that we really have to be careful of. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, Brad, I was really also struck by Pete Hegseth in particular, Secretary Hegseth, talking about the desire for peace, the desire to make sure that this does not go beyond these strikes, that Donald Trump, the president, wants them at the negotiating table to end this. That was very encouraging to somebody like me who's very concerned about this expanding into regime change. That felt good. On the other hand, there's a lot of tripwires here. We've got the bases that are there.
Yeah, what she doesn't understand that if regime change doesn't happen, this was a failure. Like, I don't think she understands that. Like, the regime change is the purpose here.
That are somewhat vulnerable, despite the threats from the U.S. government saying, don't touch our men. We also have the Houthis who have now torn up their ceasefire agreement, so there could be something that happens to our ships in the Red Sea. And then, of course, what I'm most concerned about is the fact that we've had 4 years of Joe Biden's open border and these sleeper cells. So talk to me about how President Trump, Homeland Security, Pete Hegseth, everybody involved is working to mitigate those very real threats on the homeland included, to make sure this doesn't expand into a greater war. Because as you know, Brett, there's a lot of political implications here. By the way, we're not hearing much about the big, beautiful bill that was the #1 issue until Israel striked, but also the fact that, you know, this is not a left-right issue. There are a lot of people in the MAGA base who voted for Donald Trump because they wanted peace and really hope that this leads to peace. So I know I'm throwing a lot out there, but talk to me about the politics around this, considering all of those things.
Yeah. Well, first of all, the threat of the terrorist reach of the Iranian regime, which has been doing it for decades through proxies, doing some very bad things.
Yeah, towards Israel.
You know, the president,
not our fucking problem,
came to the conclusion that those tentacles, those terrorist reach elements, with a nuclear weapon or some nuclear even a dirty bomb, is exponentially more of a threat to the U.S. and to our allies, and decided it was time to act. If you're worried about, you know, the retaliation, imagine the retaliation with Iran with a nuclear bomb. Let's just put that aside. Yeah. There is a higher state of alert. The FBI, the Homeland Security, individual cities have been on higher states of alert since this all happened over the past week or so, but now they'll be even more so. And the amount of strength, military strength we have in the region suggests they're going to do a lot to try to protect those bases directly beyond what is normally done. As for the politics of this, you know, you're right. There is no left and right. There are Republicans who say it's not constitutional, who say that there should be Congress.
Yeah, there's no left and right because this country's owned by Israel, bro, and that's the fucking biggest red flag here. Why it's so fucking ridiculous. Let's see what let's see what the libs are thinking on this situation. Let's go to our boy Hasan Piker, aka my polar opposite, guys. This dude is like I'm like the evil twin. This dude is like the wokey pussy twin.
The United States.
So let's see what he's got to say on this shit. Let's see how the left is. And again, you guys know this. I watch very diverse media. I watch Al Jazeera. I watch Fox. I watch CNN. I watch CNBC. I watch Kyle Kulinski. I watch Hasan Piker. I watch all political commentary from both the left, right, and middle. I listen to libertarians, right, like Scott Horton and Dave Smith. I think it's very important to like always hear different perspectives. People love to like just listen to their political ideology type content, but I think that's retarded. So I watch all of it.
States has gotten involved in the conflict between Israel and
I think it makes you a better commentator and way more aware when you're able to like see what your political opposition says on topics.
Iran.
What options does Iran have to retaliate? What could it potentially do?
Statement from the Atomic Energy Organization. Following the brutal attacks of the Zionist enemy over the past few days, at dawn today, the country's nuclear sites in Fordow, Natanz, and Isfahan were attacked by the enemies of Islamic Iran in a barbaric act that contradicts international law, especially the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. This is true. This action, contrary to international law, was unfortunately carried out in the shadow of indifference and even cooperation of the International Atomic Energy Agency. The American enemy, through cyberspace, has claimed responsibility for the attack on the aforementioned sites, which are under the continuous supervision of the International Atomic Energy Agency, based on the Safeguards Agreement and the NPT Treaty. The international community is expected to condemn the lawlessness based on the rules of the jungle and support Iran in achieving its legitimate rights. The Atomic Energy Organization of Iran assures the great Iranian nation that despite the evil conspiracy...
Some retard said, I'm on Iran's side. Bro, People are stupid, bro.
Of its enemies, with the efforts of thousands of its revolutionary motivated
What part of I don't want foreign wars for Israel do you not understand, retard?
Scientists and specialists, it will not allow the development of this national industry, which is the result of the blood of nuclear martyrs, to be stopped. This organization has put the necessary measures, including legal action, on its...
Guys, do me a favor. We got almost 10,000 you motherfuckers in here at 11 a.m. on a Sunday. Smash that fucking like button for me, guys. Let's get this thing up in the algo. We only got 2,400 likes, but 6,000 plus you guys in here, man. So let's fucking go. We're cooking.
To defend the rights of the noble Iranian nation. I thought they were going to pull out. This is also a very limited, restrained, legal response that is within the legal confines. So they're not even saying, they're not. I don't think Iran's retaliation. Maybe I'm wrong, and I hope I'm not wrong on this, but I don't think Iran's retaliation is going to be that crazy. I think it. I mean, unless this is a mistranslation because it's from Persian. Farsi to English. I don't know. I think like basically Iran is going to continue being restrained and diplomatic against an increasingly belligerent enemy, as this increasingly belligerent enemy completely destroys all of its resources, exhausts its resources. They're downplaying the impact of the strikes, which there's truth to, right? This is a violation of their sovereignty in spectacular fashion. Having said that, I believe that they reported days ago, almost a week ago, that they had moved the enriched uranium away from the Fordow facility. So I think they're going to be like, oh, this wasn't even that.
Yep, there you go.
Big of a hit. We only got a little.
I mean, we knew these attacks were coming, so I'm not surprised that they fucking. Dude, they probably moved all this shit as soon as Trump took office. I'm going to be honest. Hell, they probably moved that shit as soon as October 7th happened, if we're going to be really honest. You know, they knew at some point, like once Hamas did their attack, that it was going to eventually lead back to Iran, bro. They probably literally moved their... The more I think about this, the more I'm like, you know what, dude? They probably moved their stockpile after October 7th. Because the whole world knows about these nuclear facilities.
Little boo-boo and who knows?
Like, I don't think the Iranians are that stupid, like, and would continue to run their nuclear program at sites that are internationally known and recognized at a higher grade. You know, I think if anything, they probably maybe maintain their civilian nuclear program at these places, but there's no fucking way they didn't have an offsite or move other things or other equipment required to enrich to 90%. There's no way they kept them at those facilities, dude. No fucking way.
Knows what happens after that.
Especially after the JCPOA fucking pullout. Man, dude, we go back even further. Dude, they probably started moving shit after 2018, if we're going to be all the way honest.
Fatality.
You know? They once Trump ripped at that deal, they were like, yeah, we're out of here. So, yeah, dude.
According to the stock guy, Iran is isolated and has no support from others unless Trump attacks Islam religion. Nothing is really significant per his Friday stream. I mean, that's a funny take, but it's not wrong. Iran is a very isolated. It's isolated regionally. It's also clearly not being adequately defended by the larger powers that would normally rush to defend it. I don't think China is going to do anything. Iran is pursuing legal action. That's so funny. We're living in ridiculous times. Like what process? What legal process? First of all, the entire sham of international human rights was directly concocted by a group of vassal states that are utterly servile to American interests. Every European country is sitting around on their hands and knees waiting for Trump's orders. Trump says jump, they say how high. America says do this, they go, oh please, I would love to do this. Every single thing that you hear from European leadership about how angry they are at America's reasoning, America's actions against them.
Yeah, they condemn Israel all the time, but guess what? Nothing happens, dude. Like, guys, like, literally, like at every UN meeting, like they're trying to build they try to vote on a Palestinian state, and like the United States always vetoes, man.
Is all bullshit. It's all bullshit. So the entire international rule-based order that is designed and is supposed to be upheld by these European defenders of liberal democracy is not being upheld. Benjamin Netanyahu flew over French airspace. France is supposed to be one.
Oh, shit. Wow.
One of the only countries in Europe that at least have has some aesthetic interest in sovereignty. They got nukes. They don't give a what do you expect?
Wow. Also, just so you guys know, France is notorious for helping people get nuclear weapons. You guys want to know a little secret? France helped Israel develop their nuclear weapons.
Welcome, punch!
Dirty little secret a lot of people don't know. France helped Israel develop its nuclear weapons, man.
Iran to do? I mean, listen, I don't know. But if I was in this situation, if I was the head...
That's crazy, though, that France let fucking Netanyahu fly in their airspace. For those that don't know, the reason why that's a bad thing is because Netanyahu is currently under indictment from the International Criminal Court. So... Oh. Boom, right here. Here's their actual website. Netanyahu. About defendant, born October, blah, blah, blah. Here we go. Charges, allegedly responsible for the war crime, starvation as method of warfare, and intentionally directing an attack against the civilian population and crimes against humanity of murder, persecution, and other inhumane acts from at least October 8th, 2023 until at least May 2024. And just so you guys know, this doesn't even account for all the shit he's done since then. Absolutely nuts. It looks like they took his picture off.
Head of state of a country that is being bruised and battered by a belligerent attack dog for the largest superpower on the planet, I would very quickly cut as many deals as possible with the other big dog. I'd be like, please give me the Dongfeng missiles. I will do anything for you.
Short, intermediate range. Oh, okay, yeah, they're hypersonics, yeah. Real quick, let me read some chats for you guys. Mosley17, I'm from the UK. It's crazy to see the amount of brainwashed pro-Israeli people there are even here. Our media is 100% biased. Glad I've got you as alternative news. Been watching FNF for 3 years. First time commentating. Good to keep up the good work. Thank you so much, Mosley. I appreciate you, man. It looks like you're in the OSS as well. Thank you, dude. Thanks, Myron, for the work. I was surprised to see you that early. I thought I missed an episode or that the stream didn't close. It got confirmed that you're live when I got the X-Space notification. Best news reporter so far. Soon they'll copy you. Keep it up. No, I got you, dude. I'm out here, baby. Thanks for the Digital Niebuhr, no problem. Hey, it's Pat. Subscribe. Thank you, bro, for joining OSS. If you guys love the work, see me putting in these grindings at these hours and going at times where I normally don't go live, just the best way to support, man. Join the OSS. You know, it'll help me be able to fund the mission, man. And I can devote more time to it. Rachel Wilson posted a link to her article on Propaganda on X. It is a must-read. I'm laughing so hard at all the tricks. Like the first time you understood the red pill, you can't unsee it. Fair. I'll take a look at it later on if I get time.
I have a 25-year energy contract with you. Give me some Dongfeng missiles. I would like to launch some Dongfeng missiles instantly. I would like to launch maximum amounts of Dongfeng missiles is what I would...
Bro, pause, man. What the fuck?
Stupid. Probably do in that situation. International law collapsed in 2003 with the invasion of Iraq. Biden made a mockery of it from 2023 to 2025, and Trump has torn the mask off in 2025. Exactly. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of...
Not a bad take.
of
the Iraq invasion was super illegal, bro.
Commercial vessels potentially flying above them, you know, mining the Strait of Hormuz, closing it down. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of oil refineries.
Houthis ended their agreement with the U.S.? No way. Let me look at this shit. Interesting. Wow, 7 hours ago, Houthis end deal with U.S. renews hostilities after ceasefire collapse. Oh, shit. Israel-Iran war, Yemenis Houthis threaten use warships over Iran strike plans. Okay, so they're threatening, but did they actually do it?
فأي هجوم وعدوان أمريكي مساند للعدو الإسرائيلي ضد إيران في إطار الهدف نفسه.
All right, within the same objective of enabling the Israeli enemy to gain
الرامي لتمكين العدو الإسرائيلي من السيطرة على
control over the entire region is something
المنطقة كلها وهذا ما
that cannot be tolerated.
لا يمكن السكوت عنه. فإنه في حالة
In the event that the United States is found to be involved in an attack and aggression against Iran alongside the Israeli enemy,
التورط الأمريكي في الهجوم والعدوان على إيران مع العدو الإسرائيلي فإن القوات
the armed forces will target its ships and warships in the Red Sea. The armed forces are monitoring and tracking all movements.
المسلحة اليمنية سوف تستهدف سفنه وبوارجه في البحر الأحمر. إن القوات المسلحة تتابع
In the region, including hostile actions against our country, and God willing, they will take all necessary and legitimate measures.
وترصد كافة التحركات في المنطقة.
In the region, including hostile actions against our country, and God willing. Oh, okay, yeah.
إنها التحركات المعادية ضد بلدنا. وإنها بعون الله ستتخذ ما يلزم من إجراءات مشروعة.
To defend our dear homeland and its proud people.
للدفاع عن بلدنا العزيز وشعبه الأبي. فأي هجوم وعدوان.
This comes from the Brigadier. This guy is like the spokesperson for the Houthis, Brigadier General Yahya Saree, in the event of American involvement in an attack. All right, so this is basically him threatening. I wonder if they have anything like since the attack happened, though. But I wouldn't be surprised if they pull out, dude. I wouldn't be surprised. As you guys know, the Houthis negotiated a deal with the U.S. where they would stop striking U.S. ships. Right, which is actually kind of unorthodox because you wouldn't think that the U.S. would strike a deal with the Houthis, but the U.S. couldn't really damage them, surprisingly enough. And I'll kind of show you guys this real quick. Because the U.S. was expending a lot of money on attacking them, and they could barely get anything done. That's why they ended up doing a ceasefire. Hold on, let me see if I can find it. Oh, who is it? All right. Well, we'll save this for after.
But that wouldn't happen because that would also hurt China's interest. Also, there's the other side of this as well. But that wouldn't happen because that would also hurt closing it down. 25 exactly. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of commercial vessels potentially flying above them, you know, mining the Strait of Hormuz, closing it down. Dongfeng missiles in the direction of oil refineries, but that wouldn't happen because that would also hurt China's interest. Also, there's the other side of this as well. China loves trade maxing, as I've said before, and they would hate for a global disruption of any sort against shipping or, God forbid, energy. That means,
of course, because China is like the main producer of everything. So, you know, stopping trade would fuck them up big time.
Less trade. That means economic collapse, and that means no trade. And they love trading. If they don't trade, they explode. So obviously,
yeah, it's their main commodity. Like China makes literally fucking everything. So he's right on that.
They probably would not be on board with that. But it doesn't even need to get to that point. If you don't want America to blow up your nuclear facilities, put some Chinese military in your country. If you don't want America to blow up your nuclear facilities, put some Russian military in your country. It's kind of that simple.
Yeah. See, the thing is they didn't even utilize Russia or China in their self-defense. So, dude, bro, chat, I'm going to make a bold prediction. Dude, I think the Iranians have a nuclear bomb hiding somewhere, bro. The more I just look at this and think about it, there's just no scenario where they don't have one, bro. There's just no scenario where they just don't have one in my mind. You saw the U.S. pull out of the fucking deal. They put you on the fucking terrorist watch list. They sanctioned you to fucking hell. They've been trying to destroy your nuclear program forever. You know that's whether you have them or not, they're going to try to destroy you, right? What's the point of enriching to 60%, right? When they're trying to destroy you anyway. They're trying to destroy you anyway, chat. So I'm looking at it bro, they probably have some already. They moved them somewhere. And they're just sitting on them. Them destroying these nuclear facilities probably, I mean, they had to have expected that, man. Now, I know some of you guys are saying, Myron, I've been saying this already. Bro, remember, guys, I never gave a position on whether they have nukes or not. Let's not miss, guys, chat. Guys, I never said, like, yo, they have nukes or don't. Like, I remember, my argument's always, it's irrelevant whether they have nukes or not. Like, my position is, it's ridiculous that Israel's trying to tell them that they can't have them. Does that make sense? Like, because let's be honest here. The U.S. says, yeah, you can't have a nuclear weapon, right? But like, does them having a nuclear weapon really affect us? No, dude, it doesn't. It only affects Israel. So when Trump and all these other guys are sitting there saying, Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. All right, bro. Cool. Like, I mean, get it. You got to be tough, posture, whatever. But like, the real threat of nuclear warfare, if Iran wants to have it, would be towards Israel, dude. Like, come on, man. So, my position isn't that they never had the nuclear weapons. My position was, because I think that's a dumb argument to even make. When people say, oh, they got nuclear weapons, that's irrelevant. That's really irrelevant. And the reason why I say it's irrelevant is because that's not their goal anyway. What they're trying to do is regime change, man. So like, the nuclear question is just like deflection from like their real intention, you know. But now that like I'm like looking at this, seeing them bomb them and all this other shit, I'm like, bro, they probably do have nukes. But that wasn't my argument whether they have them or not. My argument is, I find it interesting that Israel's trying to tell them they can't have nukes when Israel has a completely illegal nuclear weapons program, like completely legal. We got almost 10,000 you guys in here. If you guys want, give me ones in the chat and I'll walk you guys through how Israel got their nuclear weapons and how the fuck we even ended up in this situation if you guys want. I'll do a poll. How about that? I'll do a fucking poll. Let's keep watching Hasan.
There are Russian civilian nuclear sites in Iran. They were not attacked. It would also be weird, of course, for, relatives to kill one another when you got, Israeli, Russian Air Force pilots throwing missiles in the direction of Russian nuclear scientists down on Iranian soil. That would be really fucked up, but they didn't do that. I talked with President Trump tonight on the phone, and he touted the tremendous success of the military operation. No other military could have done that, he added. 2 days was within 2 weeks, pointing to his comments on making a decision within 2 weeks for operational security. So he just lied. He just like talked about diplomacy, got the European dickheads to talk to Iranian envoys specifically so they could feel like, maybe in 2 weeks we'll do something. Which, by the way, as I've said before, if a dumb Twitch streamer like myself could figure out that this was happening this weekend, I'm pretty sure the Iranian state is not oblivious. Just so you know, all this does is show the rest of the world and maybe the Iranian leadership that American talks and American ceasefire and American negotiations are meaningless. They just want complete domination. They want death and they want destruction. Yeah,
I would say they want death and destruction. They want control. But if death and destruction are required to get that, they'll do it.
I already.
That's why they said they want an unconditional surrender. But what that basically means is, like, if you don't surrender unconditionally, we're going to kill you. So they're totally willing to use force.
You read it.
Like, totally. Like, when I say force, I mean like destruction level force, as we saw.
Like I said.
That's why they did that stupid ass press conference and said, look, well, we can do this even worse if you guys don't come to the table.
The fact that the Iran Atomic Energy Agency
just upgraded to yearly from monthly. Thanks for all the work you do, Myron. Thank you so much, XO. Now you're good for the year, bro. Welcome to the team. Welcome to the OSS, bro.
He is saying that they're going to pursue legal avenues. The Ayatollah is basically the Democratic Party. They're feckless institutionalists holding on to.
That's not true. Well, he doesn't understand that there's reformists and conformists, and like they're kind of split in the government.
To a fantasy that does not exist within the confines of international laws and the international rule-based order. It is not real. It is not real at all. And these guys think it's real for some reason, and it's a mechanism of survival for them. But what they don't realize is It's either today or it's, you know, maybe a couple months from now or maybe next week. Who knows? But it's coming. They are literally like the Ayatollah is basically the way that the Democrats operate in this country, where they're like fantasizing about a diplomatic outcome that does not exist. It's clear to me that their initial response to this severe violation of their sovereignty, just like their initial tit-for-tat campaign between them and Israel in the process of a nuclear denuclearization agreement that they were having with the United States of America, has been so limited and so restrained and so focused on maintaining some sort of peaceful solution that even when they are bruising the Iranian public bloody, even when they are destroying Iran, wiping out Iranian sovereignty, his response is, oh, it didn't hurt that bad. That's what they said tonight. They said, oh, we hit our enriched uranium, which is true. They did do that ahead of time. Oh, we moved all of our stockpiles elsewhere. We moved all of our civilian nuclear scientists elsewhere. They're hidden. You just gave us a little boo-boo. Who cares? Wait, I want to learn something. Is Iran actually democratic? No. Doing diplomacy as a state actor and being an actual, you know, democratic republic is very different. My very apolitical friend just said to me, no one f***s with North Korea. Why do you think that is? Yep, there's a clear message for a lot of global South and Middle Eastern countries tonight, sadly, and it isn't enough.
Yeah, seriously, that's so true, man. Yeah. Basically, what the U.S. has told the world is get nukes.
Non-proliferation message.
Or we're gonna attack you.
Hasanabi nuclear doctrine. Hasanabi doctrine for nation building. Number 1, develop nukes. Number 2, don't give up the nukes. This is for Ukraine. Number 3, if a Western superpower claims you have nukes or a WMD, drop everything and immediately obtain nukes. Because if you don't do that, they're going to fuck you. They are going to fuck you with a bayonet like they did in Libya to Gaddafi, who did not have nukes, but they said he did. They're going to assassinate you without any sort of trial whatsoever, like Saddam Hussein. Okay? Doesn't matter if you're a good guy or a bad guy. It doesn't matter. If you're a head of state and America says you have nukes, they're coming for you. You have to get nukes immediately. If you don't get nukes, you're listen.
Bro, look, man, I hate to agree with him, but that's kind of what we've that's what it is now, bro. This has set a really bad precedent. Oh, we think you got nukes.
Guys,
time to die.
I'm telling you right now, judging by what Iran has said so far, it feels like they're just going to say, oops, you hit us, but it didn't hurt us that bad. And their retaliation will be fairly limited. This doesn't mean that further war is avoided here, because the appetite for further death and destruction and regime change is coming from our side. They want stability. We want death and destruction and instability. Make no mistake.
Well, we want that until we put in a puppet government.
I mean, I hope I'm right. Best case, they just say, oh, we ate it. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. And then they launch a couple missiles at like empty barracks. But then again, this is a severe violation that could be a wake-up call for the Iranian leadership to say, okay, maybe they just don't have any interest in negotiations. Like, maybe they'll fucking understand it. Who knows?
All right, he's yapping now. All right, let's jump back into Twitter space. Let's see what's going on here. Okay, good. That fucking retard isn't there. Let's jump in here and I'll jump in Mario space after.
Fact, those people that are issuing stable coins like World Liberty Financial and Eric Trump and Donald Trump Jr., the higher the rate of the long-term interest, the more chaos in the economy, the more profitable a stable coin issuer gets to be. And so he's gone from in the last few months, he's gone from $0 to about a $15 billion market cap, mainly doing deals on the side with Middle Eastern deals. You know, for example, brokering a deal where the Qatari Sovereign Wealth Fund would invest $2 billion into a crypto exchange like Binance. That would be done through his stablecoin, which means that he gets $60 million a year off the interest rate on the U.S. government debt. They just passed the Genius Act, which means that everyone is going to have their stable coins. And the more stable coins, the more volatile the market, the higher the rate, the more profit.
All right, they're talking crypto. Looks like our boy Marco Rubio's video is gonna drop here in a little bit. Guys, I'm debating whether, because as you guys know, I haven't slept yet, man. I'm fucking dead right now. I'm probably we'll watch this interview, chat, and I think I might get off after. We got like 10,000 you guys watching right now, damn near. So, which is pretty fucking awesome. Happy to have you guys here. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the channel if you're new here. We give the most based political breakdowns by far, because everyone else is fucking lame and owned by them boys, obviously. To include this guy on the screen, Marco Rubio. So, yeah, man. It's fucking wild shit. Damn, we've already been on for 3.5 hours, bro. Man, we put in the work, chat. We're putting in the work, baby. We're putting in the work, man. So yeah, we'll watch this interview, chat. But I'll tell you guys what, I'm always down to make deals, right? Unlike Trump, I actually do make deals. So what we could do, chat, right now we're sitting at 1,323 active supporters on OSS. If we get to 1,400, I'll stay on. So if 70 people sign up, I'll stay on. And I'll explain, because it looks like we got 73% of you guys. Keep voting, guys, in the poll. Over 1,000 you guys voted, and over 1,000 you guys voted, and 73% of you guys want me to explain the history of Israel's nuclear program, which I can do. So if you guys get me to 1,400, I will go ahead and I'll stay on, and I'll explain how Israel got their nuclear program. So join the OSS. Link is below. Looks like Marco Rubio shit's going to go live here in about an hour. Sorry, in a minute. So, yeah. Join the OSS. If we get like 75 signups, like by the time this video is over, I'll give you like 20, 30 minutes. If we get you guys signing up, boom, we're going. Someone said I'm scamming. Bro, how am I scamming? It's a fucking membership thing to support the channel. The fuck? Some retard on Rumble. What the hell? Anyway, I always laugh at the fucking chat when people say dumb shit like, "Oh, bro, I'd rather send that money to pay for an OnlyFans bitch that'll never talk to me or teach me anything." So, anyway, so yeah, let's see here. Also, smash the like button, guys, if you guys don't mind. We only got 3,100 likes, but we got like what? 6,100 of you guys watching on YouTube alone. So smash that like button, guys. Let's get to like 5,000 likes. So yeah. Let me go through some of these chats. Okay. Moonman says, shout out to you, Myron. Thank you for everything you do, providing incredible value to everyone, despite being demonetized nearly 3 years now. The least I could do is join OSS. Thank you, bro. You got half a brain. You fucking get it, man. Thank you so much. The Zio Glazer Nas Daily made the stupidest AI video of Iran and Israel being best buds, insinuating that both countries would look like the U.S. went through with the regime change. Yeah, bro. The propaganda is going to be crazy. All right, let's see here.
An historic day for the United States, Israel, and the world. The U.S. bombs Iran. The commander-in-chief, President Donald Trump, authorizing the U.S. military to strike 3 of Iran's most lethal nuclear sites last night. We know of no human casualties, but Iran's nuclear infrastructure appears to be badly damaged in the biggest B-2 stealth bomber action we have ever seen, including obliterating Iran's most significant uranium-enriched Fordo site built underground in the mountains in Iran. Here's President Trump last night.
Tonight, I can report to the world that the strikes were a spectacular military success. Iran's key nuclear enrichment facilities have been completely and totally obliterated. For 40 years, Iran has been saying death to America, death to Israel. But if peace does not come quickly, we will go after those.
The only reason they say that is because we prop up Israel.
Other targets with precision, speed, and skill.
Joining me now in his first interview since the U.S. action is the Secretary of State of America, Secretary Marco Rubio. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here. Are we now at war with Iran?
He's going to say no, obviously.
No, we're not. This is not a war against Iran. This is very simple. 67 days ago, the President of the United States sent the Iranians a letter, and it said, you're not going to have nuclear weapons. You're not going to have a militarized nuclear program. Let's negotiate. I want to do this diplomatically. I want to do this peacefully. They tried to play him along the way they've played every American president for the last 35 years. And, the president told them, if we don't get a deal, which is what he wanted, then I'll have to handle it differently. And that's what he did last night. He handled it differently. But that was an Iranian choice. We didn't make that choice. They did. By playing games with Donald Trump, they made a huge mistake. President Trump acted last night. And I think the world today is safer and more stable than it was 24 hours ago. And a bunch of these...
What did I tell you guys? Did I not just say, 3 fucking hours ago when we were covering the Hegseth, that this entire week is going to be damage control, saying that we're not going to war? The president warned them. He's been saying for years that Iran can't have nuclear weapons. Are you guys catching on to this? Right? Like, as you guys know, I follow a lot of conservative, big names in the conservative media space, right? I follow Crowder, I follow Kirk, all these guys, right? And I don't know if you guys noticed, right? There's one other person that noticed this as well, my guy Nick. But I noticed that Kirk, Crowder, and a bunch of other right-wing influencers that are huge, right? Benny Johnson, all these guys. Like right around last week, when we were unsure if Trump was going to attack, it's like they all said the same thing on Twitter. All of them pretty much said something to this degree. Trump's been saying for years that they can't have nukes. He's been saying it forever. He's been saying it for a decade. This is... if he attacks, it's not that big a deal. He's been warning them 60 days, right? And that's disingenuous and just almost a lie by omission, right? Because what they won't tell you is that early in the talks, the Iranians were clear. We're not going to give up our nuclear program, right? We're not going to give it up. And the reason for that makes sense. We pulled out of the nuclear deal, put them on a terrorist watch list, destroyed their economy, made them go, we sanctioned the fuck out of them, right? And this was after Obama had secured the deal, right? And this is kind of something that kind of sucks about American politics, right? For at least if you're like a foreigner, right? And you're doing business with the United States. The president's word, if he's actually going to stick to it, really only lasts as long as he's in office. The next guy could come in and totally undo what the other guy did before, right? And that's something that that nobody really understands. So when it comes to diplomacy and working with other countries, guys, keep in mind that we're one of the few countries where presidents at max have 8 years, right? Dude, other countries, motherfuckers been ruling for decades, right? So dealing with the U.S. is kind of almost like a double-edged sword, because it's you might make an agreement with one president and then the next one comes in and rips it up. So again, right, I'm kind of spinning this here. So let's go back to what I was saying before. Now you guys understand. So starting last week, I noticed a trend where big political commentators were all coming out on Twitter saying, yo, Trump's been saying for years that Iran can't have a bomb. I trust the president. His judgment is sound. He knows what he's talking about. We got to stand by our allies, blah, blah, blah. And they kind of ran with that narrative, right? That Trump's been saying this for a minute. He's been saying it for 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. And I noticed that all the big right-wing MAGA influencers were all saying kind of the same thing in a very short period of time. So I was like, okay, this is interesting. Whenever I see influencers in a certain niche, all saying the same shit, I'm like, all right, something's off here. And then on top of that, remember, guys, a lot of these dudes know the Trump administration, got connections with the Trump administration, been to the White House, know people, got the Trump on his podcast. They know people, right? So the fact that all of them are saying the same thing was the first red flag, right? Then, as we all expected, Trump bombs Iran, right? And then you got your boy Pete Hegseth at the fucking, literally, we saw this 3 hours ago. Oh, it was a precise mission. We only targeted the nuclear facilities. No one else died. We don't want war. We want diplomacy. But, they were dragging Trump on, right? Oh, they were playing games, they were stalling, all this other bullshit, right? And we told them 60 days. So the three things that they're relying on, right? The MAGA people. Let me tell you what they're relying on. Number one, Trump warned them 60 days ago. Number two, he told them they can't have nuclear weapons. And then number three, he's been saying this for like 10 plus years, right? And then also number four, it was a precise strike and that's all we focused on. So like they're running with this narrative like, oh, we're not in war, we did this because we had to. But what they're not saying is that like, we completely put them in that position by not being good diplomacy partners, right? Like we kind of got to take a little bit of accountability here where we violated a lot of our agreements too, right? And the other thing that's important is since we had violated our agreements before, when we came into negotiations with them, they didn't trust us. And I don't blame them because we attacked them. We let the fucking shit, we let them get hit by the Israelis, right? If anything, we made them weaker because they thought, oh, we're doing diplomacy with the United States, you know, we're not going to get attacked. And they did. So MAGA, what they're going to do is they're going to try to spin it. Get ready this entire week. They're going to say Trump warned them. Trump's been saying this for 10 years. They're going to say this isn't a war. They're going to say this is going to bring peace, all this other shit. So get ready for the propaganda for the next week, guys. But what they won't tell you is when we did the deal, Trump didn't come to the deal in good faith. And this is the key. When we did the deal and we started the process, we didn't come in with good faith. We came in, you can enrich uranium, but it can't be weapons grade. Cool. Let's continue talks. Comes back. Steve Witkoff. Sorry, actually you guys can't enrich uranium. Well, that's bullshit. Oh, also, we don't want you guys to have a ballistic missile program. Well, that's bullshit. And then basically they're saying the Iranians stalled for time. It was really us that stalled for time because now we know with the sophistication of the operation where Pete Hegseth was bragging for 30 minutes about all the capability, all they did, there's no other option but us coming to the negotiating table already planning to bomb them, chat. That's why we made such ridiculous demands. We literally told them, you can't have a uranium program, right? A nuclear program, when they're part of the NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty. So by law, they can have a nuclear program. And we told them they got to get rid of their ballistic missiles, dude. So what the fuck? And it's hilarious to me that like Marco Rubio's coming here thinking that we're stupid. The president told them 60 days ago that they can't have nuclear weapons. They can't enrich uranium. Like, no, dude, that was not how it first went off. And they were very clear from the beginning. They're not giving up their fucking nuclear program. Because, and you guys want to know how I know? You want to know how I know this? We had 5 rounds of talks. We had 5 rounds of talks. So the fact that we had 5 rounds of talks, just using common sense and deductive problem solving, tells me, and I know already the Iranians' position, they said no nuclear program is a non-starter. So they wouldn't even have began the negotiations had there not been some type of concession that they would be able to maintain their nuclear fucking program. See where I'm going with this, chat, in my analysis? So we came to the table already feigning diplomacy and lying. Because we told them at first, it's cool, you guys can keep it. Well, you know, let's work around it. We could. But what they were doing is they were stalling for time. They were the ones stalling for time. Setting it up, now that I know their operation, how they ran it, the B2 operation, it's clear as day. Since Trump was sworn into office, he was planning to bomb Iran, bro. I just don't see any other, like, thing here. The negotiations were to buy time for the U.S., not the other way around. That's what it was. Because we're the ones that continued the negotiations. We're the ones that knew that not having a uranium program was a non-starter for the Iranians. We knew that going into the meetings. So we fucking lied and said, no, you can keep it. Then we slowly started to shift the deal back. As we started getting B-2 bombers ready, as we started getting our weapons ready, as we started planning how we were going to do this attack, as the Israelis were planning how they were going to do Operation Rising Lion, right? Now that Trump was in office and he would give them the green for that, they were planning all this shit out on Inauguration Day, bro. January 20th, they were doing all this shit. So in between Trump signing all these executive orders for the fucking cameras and shit like that, he'd go down in the fucking situation room and be on the phone with Netanyahu. Yeah, we're going to run this shit. Yeah, I know the Iranians said that they're not going to come to the table, you know, if we don't allow them to keep their nuclear program. So we'll tell them in the first 2 or 3 meetings they can keep it. And then we'll slowly start to tell them, nah, you can't keep it. And then that will allow us to have the justification to bomb them. I don't know, bro. I don't know. I don't know, man. This is what I think has been going on, bro. There's no other way. There's no other way. They wouldn't have made it to 5 rounds of talks had the U.S. been up front and said you can't have a nuclear program. Anyway, we're piecing it together, chat. We're piecing it together.
Countries putting out statements condemning us. Privately, they all agree with us that this needed to be done. They got to do what they got to do for, you know, their own public relations purposes. But the only people in the world that are unhappy about what happened in Iran last night is the regime in Iran.
Have you heard from anyone in Iran, and are you expecting retaliation?
Well, if they retaliate, it'll be the worst mistake they've ever made. Look, we can fly in and out of Iran at will. We went in last night.
I appreciate you guys, you know, liking the analysis. I mean, yeah, I like to just, you know, you guys know I read the chat and I look at what you guys say. Your guys' opinions matter, man. So, yeah, dude, I don't know. You guys could put in chat if you agree, disagree. But, dude, that's the only way I can think game plan this shit, man.
The president sent our military forces from halfway across the world, went in, conducted this operation, left. Not a shot was fired against us. They didn't even know what had happened. By the time we left, the planes were out of their airspace before they finally started realizing they had been hit. So it would be a terrible mistake if Iran retaliates. So, but that's not our goal.
Now, this entire week is going to be telling Iran if they try to hit us, we're going to hit them hard, and then trying to cope and justify this military action to the base. Mark my words, the next 7 days, it's going to be straight cope and tell the base, hey, we're not going to war. We warned them. We told them, you know, 60 days. Trump's been saying this for 10 years. You guys are going to see all this week, bro. All this week. Get ready, guys.
Not declaring war on Iran. We're not looking for war on Iran. But if they...
Yeah, but blowing up their nuclear facilities is a declaration of war, dude. Come on, Marco. Come on, Marco. You're the Secretary of State, bro. You know this better than anybody else. You know damn well bombing someone's nuclear facility is a fucking act of war, man.
They attack us. Then I think we have capabilities they haven't even seen yet. It would be a terrible mistake on their part. And frankly, it's not what we hope for or wish. What we want now is to ensure that Iran never has nuclear weapons. If what they want is a civil nuclear program where they have power plants like a lot of other countries in the world have, they can do that. That's the deal that's been offered to them. They rejected it. They played us. They tried to play us.
No, dude. See, now he's lying. Dude, now he's... Oh, man, bro. Here we go. Hold on.
One is a civil nuclear program where they have power plants like a lot of other countries in the world have. They can do that. That's the deal that's been offered to them. They rejected it. They played us. They tried to play us.
Oh, my God, dude. Bro. That's funny. That's not true. But, bro, look at this shit, man. Rubio is just lying on the fucking TV, bro. Wow. Bro, the agreement, well, the stipulation from the United States was no uranium enrichment, which means no nuclear program. Bruh, this guy. And he's saying they declined it, man. Wow.
I should say. They wouldn't respond to our offers. They disappeared for 10 days. And now, you know, the president had to take action as a response.
And the response included strategic ambiguity. Can you walk us through the plan in terms of how it was deceptive, not allowing the Iranians to understand what was really taking place?
Well, ultimately, when we do these things, it's because we care about the safety and security of our troops, of our airmen, and all those who are supporting these missions. So, you know, obviously, the element of surprise is important in military tactics. In this particular, now, I don't think the Iranians or anyone should have been under any mystery. The president said very clearly, we have 60 days to make progress on a deal, and if we don't, I'm going to deal with it differently. But in terms of what people call deception and surprise and things of this nature, the core of that is not the success. The mission was going to be successful no matter what. The core of that was protecting our servicemen and women who are in harm's way and conducting that mission. That's the most important part. And they went in, they did what they needed to do with precision and skill that no other military in the world can do, and they left. And they were well outside of Iranian airspace before the regime even realized what had happened. And that was the goal here, and that was achieved. You know, these planes came from halfway across the world, and no one, even Iran, no one saw them coming. And that's a huge credit.
Yeah, just the rest of the world saw it coming. We all knew they were going to attack, dude. Like, you guys saw, I predicted it yesterday, and I was watching Kalinsky, that they were going to attack this weekend. Literally, and we knew it because he didn't want to hit when the fucking markets were open.
Hegseth and General Kane and General Kurilla and obviously our commander-in-chief for pulling that off.
Well, the president said in a post recently that he knows where the supreme leader is hiding, but that he was not ready to take him out yet. What can you tell us about your expectations with regard to regime change in Iran?
Well, that's certainly not the goal of what we're working on here. The goal is stated very clearly in a letter the president sent the supreme leader about 65, 67 days ago. And in a letter he said, you're not going to have a nuclear weapon. Let's negotiate peacefully a solution. We can make a really good deal that's good for Iran, good for America, good for the world. If you don't, however...
No, you mean good for Israel. You mean good for Israel.
Then I'm going to have to deal with this differently. The Iranians didn't like the letter. They didn't respond to it. They ultimately entered into fake negotiations and tried to play them along. In essence, they thought they could do with President Trump what they've done with presidents in the past and get away with it. And they found out last night that they can't. And the world found out last night that you can't. And that's important, not just on this issue, but for so many other issues happening around the world. I think that what we are seeing is that this is a president that tells you what he's going to do, and then he does it. And I think that to a lot of people, including the Iranian regime, is shocking.
What are your expectations in terms of Iran's nuclear capabilities today?
Well, they're certainly degraded. Look, at the end of the day, if Iran is committed to becoming a nuclear weapons power, I do think it puts the regime at risk. I really do. I think it would be the end of the regime if they tried to do that. It's certainly been set back from a technical standpoint, not just...
So let me get this straight. If they have the nukes, you guys are going to blow them up. If they maybe have the nukes, you're going to blow them up. Like, see, this is why nobody wants to have diplomacy with us, man.
Due to what we did last night, but obviously the Israelis have done incredible work in advance as well. But ultimately, they have to make a decision. It's a very simple decision. If what they want is nuclear reactors so they can have electricity, there are so many other countries in the world that do that, and they don't have to enrich their own uranium. They can do that. But if what they want is a secret program buried in the mountain where no one can see it and inspectors can only come when they say they can come, if that's what they want, then they're going to have big problems. Because this is a dangerous, violent, radical regime. Not the Iranian people. We have no problem. We didn't hit Iranian people last night. We hit nuclear facilities. And if what they want is some secret program that looks nothing like the civil nuclear programs around the world, it looks a lot like you're trying to build a bomb, they're going to continue to have problems, not just with us, but with many other countries in the world.
Problems like what? What do you mean?
Like the problems they're facing right now. Listen, why do we have bases in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar and UAE? All of those bases are there to help protect those countries from Iran. Why?
No, no, another lie. Those bases are there to project U.S. influence and power. That's what those fucking bases are there. Come on, man. Come on, dude. Guys. Oh, shit, what the fuck? Hold on, the fucking sound. My bad, Chad. Hold on. The fuck? What is that fucking sound? Oh, that's me. Sorry. Holy shit. Okay. Guys, so this is the proverbial boogeyman, okay? So let me get you... Okay. The military-industrial complex is a billion dollar industry, okay? It's an industry that thrives on war and conflict, okay? So when Marco Rubio says stupid shit like, oh, we're there to protect our allies in the Gulf, from Iran, right? That serves two purposes. Number one, right, it allows us to project power. Number two, it allows us to have an enemy. Having an enemy justifies military presence, military spending, and keeps the military-industrial complex going, right? So it's a win-win for everybody. And on top of that, protects the oil. We ain't over there for free, all right? So when he says we're there to protect these people from Iran, dude, Saudi Arabia normalized relations with Iran like last year. You know what I mean? This is another big fucking lie. I got into a debate with Tim Pool about this shit. Dude, look, a lot of people don't know this, by the way. It amazes me how many people don't know this. Because this is still a talking point for people as to why we're in the fucking region. Look at this, guys. Bilateral relations between Iran and Saudi Arabia have cooled down after previously being strained over several geopolitical issues such as aspirations for regional leadership, oil export policy, and relations with the United States and Western countries. Diplomatic relations were suspended from 1987 to 1990, and they were recently suspended from 2016 to 2023, again following certain issues like the intervention in Yemen, Iran embassy bombing in Yemen, incidents during the 2015 Hajj, and the execution of Namir el-Namir, and the attack of the Saudi diplomatic missions in Iran. However, in March 2023, after discussions brokered by China, Iran and Saudi Arabia agreed to reestablish relations. As of October 2024, Saudi Arabia and Iran have made efforts to improve their relations. In a meeting in Doha, Qatar, Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian, I probably butchered that, sorry, and Saudi Arabia's Foreign Minister Faisal bin Farhan Al Saud discussed the promotion of bilateral ties, Israeli attacks on Gaza and Lebanon, and Iran's recent retaliatory strikes on Israel. So, dude, they've normalized relations. They've been doing fucking Air Force, like their Air Force has been working together, running like drills. Like this is bullshit that we say to justify our presence all across the world, to protect our allies. No, it's to protect oil, bro. Come on, man. Don't lie to the people. Oops, sorry.
Now, listen, why do we have bases in Saudi Arabia and Kuwait and Qatar and UAE?
Yeah, to protect oil and
all of those bases are
and our interests
there to help protect those countries from Iran. Why did Hezbollah exist? Because of Iran. What is Hamas?
No, Hezbollah exists because Israel invaded them. Wow, bro. Holy shit. Mr. Rubio's on a roll today.
Hamas exist because of Iran. How did the Houthis?
No, okay.
Exist because of Iran.
Also Israel.
Who built the IEDs that aimed and killed American soldiers in Iraq? Iran. They're behind every problem in this region. They are the source.
Yo, this is crazy. Israel's the problem behind behind every problem in the region. Every war and every destabilizing act is done by Israel.
Sole source of instability in the entire Middle East, and the world's been paying a price for this for 40-something years. Imagine those people having a nuclear weapon, just one nuclear weapon, or even the capability to being on the threshold of having a nuclear weapon. That's what the world was facing. That is unacceptable. President Trump did the world a favor last night, and now Iran should sort of wake up, the Iranian regime should wake up and say, okay, if we really want nuclear energy in our country, there's a way to do it. That offer's still there. We're prepared to talk to them tomorrow and start working on that. Steve Witkoff has traveled extensively around the world trying to reach that deal with them, but they play too many games. They play way too many games, and now they've found out.
The president has said many times no nuclear weapons, but the ultimate goal also happens to be no biological weapons, chemicals, no drones, no proxy warfare. Do you believe that the Iranians will follow that and you'll achieve the ultimate goal of success here, long term?
Well, I don't know what they're going to decide to do next. If they're being rational, I think they realize, if what they want is a country that has a nuclear energy program, they can have that. I mean, many countries around the world, I don't like the regime, but we're not into the regime change business here. We're into the safety and security of the United States business. So that's a choice they'll have to make. I hope they're being rational in their decision making. But I think the most important thing I hope they realize is the game is up. Okay, they have played the world for 40-something years with these nuclear talks and this, delaying things. They got a crazy deal out of John Kerry when he was Secretary of State under the Obama administration, where they got billions of dollars. And by the way, agreed to something that allowed them to continue to build their missile capacity and sponsor terrorism. They've been playing the world for 40-something years. They're not going to play President Trump. And they found out last night that when he says he's going to do something, he'll do it. And he doesn't want to do it. It's not his first choice. But it's the only choice. That's the only choice the Iranian regime left us, because they play too many games. They use diplomacy to hide behind and obfuscate and think they can buy themselves time. They think they're cute. They're not cute. And they're not going to get away with this stuff. Not under President Trump.
The Europeans have been feckless pretty much throughout this conflict in the last several weeks. What are your expectations for our partners and allies in Europe?
Well, look.
Every accusation is a confession, chat.
I think the Europeans, particularly the Germans, the French, and the Brits, have made very clear that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons. In fact, I think the French, for the first time, have kind of leaned forward even more and said they can't even have an enrichment capability. There are existing sanctions under the old JCPOA that we're no longer a part of, but they remain a part of. Iran is in complete violation. Okay, and so those three countries have to make a decision, I know later than October of this year, whether to put sanctions back on Iran, snap them back. And we encourage them to continue to press them on that front, because that's another set of pressure. So, obviously, these are allies and partners we work with closely on a bunch of issues around the world. And I think they have in their hands a very powerful piece of leverage on the Iranian regime, which is the snapback provisions under the previous JCPOA. And I think so far they've been very tough and strong on that, and we encourage them to continue to do so and to continue to tell the Iranians, the Iranian regime, I keep saying Iranian regime because it's not the people we have a quarrel with, the Iranian regime, they've consistently messaged them, and we're grateful for it, that the solution to this problem is negotiate directly with the Americans. That's another thing. They don't even talk to us directly. We always have to have a middleman. They want to pass messages and notes like we're in third grade.
Well, the U.S. also doesn't want to directly negotiate either.
We're not doing that anymore. Direct negotiations, let's talk about how we peacefully resolve this problem. The Europeans have pressured them on that point, and we encourage them to continue to do so, and are grateful that they've been doing that so far.
What about our allies?
31 Life says, Myron, I joined the OSS. Thank you so much, 31 Life. So he said a question about people in LA talking about the Ayatollah. Bro, those Iranians are probably, to be honest with you, bro, they're probably fucking them boys, bro. Don't be fooled, guys. A lot of Iranians are them boys, FYI.
In the Middle East right now. Interesting to note that we have not heard from any of the proxies of Iran. No comment from the Iranians so far. No comment from Hezbollah or the Houthis. What are your reactions there, as well as our allies in the Middle East? President Trump, of course, using his first trip internationally to go and strengthen relations with our friends in the Middle East.
Well, we made clear that any of these proxies attack America, we're not only going to deal with the proxies, but we're also going to pin it on Iran. We know who's behind these. That's another thing they do. They create these little groups like the Shia militias in Iraq and Syria, and then they hide behind them and pretend it's not them. We know it's them, including the Houthis, by the way. So Iran will be held responsible for the actions of these groups. In terms of the other countries in the region, look, I think that we've worked very cooperatively with them. The president just had a great visit to Saudi Arabia, to the UAE, and to Qatar. Very productive. But I just ask and remind everybody, the only reason we have U.S. bases in the region, the only reason we have an air base in Qatar, an air base in UAE, an air base in Saudi Arabia, is because they are afraid that Iran will attack them, and they want us there to help defend them. And so, if Iran wasn't a threat, we wouldn't need those bases there. So these countries fully
fucking love it.
Recognize
controlled opposition so that you can justify the military-industrial complex.
The threat that Iran poses. That's why they want us there, to help defend their oil fields and their infrastructure, or help them defend
LOL.
themselves. And if the Iranian regime was no longer a threat, we wouldn't need to have any of these bases in the region. We wouldn't need to have any American service people in the region. But that's the state of affairs right now. So these countries understand what Iran is and what the regime is, and they get it.
Yeah, so, this is all political talk. Oh, we have our bases there to protect people. No, we don't, bro. We have our bases there to protect American interests and further our influence across the region. That's what we're really there for, man. Please don't lie to the American people, man. Don't be stupid, dude. Like, guys. Man, I should probably watch more of these interviews so I can like decipher, these politicians when they talk about this shit.
They understand it.
It's actually crazy. And you know what's funny, guys? You know how many stupid boomers are probably watching this like, yeah, you go, Marco Rubio, you're so right. And they don't really know why we're really in the fucking Middle East.
How long have these plans been in place to take out the nuclear facilities?
Well, the president makes the ultimate decision, and look, he in terms of plans, I mean, we have all sorts of contingency plans for all sorts of possible strikes all over the world. Once the president says, okay, work up options for me, they obviously go back and, refine those. And then there are multiple points along the way in which the president has decisions to make about go or no go. And it really comes right up to 10 minutes before the bombs are actually dropped. So the president retains as commander-in-chief full control of these operations. But we have incredibly capable military people in our country. The operation yesterday was extraordinary, really extraordinary. Obviously, there are elements of it that will not ever be publicly shared. But suffice it to say that there is no country in the world that can do what the United States did last night through our incredible...
More projection of power. Guys, get ready. The next 7 days are going to be straight flexing America military might all across the place and minimizing our role and saying Trump said this for 10 years. Just get ready. All the influencers, like, as a matter of fact, if they do say, that's how you know they're bought, man.
Military led by our commander-in-chief. And I think a lot of credit goes out to Pete Hegseth, our defense secretary.
All right, real quick. Moonman says, shout out to you, Myron. Thank you for everything you do, provide incredible value to everyone despite being demonetized nearly 3 years now. Thank you, bro. I appreciate that. It has been fucking that long. The least I could do was to join the OSS to show my appreciation. Thank you, brother, for always being real and truly America first. Thank you, Moonman. You know it, bro. Adam, subscribe. Appreciate you, man. Ryan Trober, because of how propaganda media is nowadays, I always take everything I watch with a grain of salt. Everything you say, you can fact check is true. Best motherfucker stream speech, baby. I got you, bro. Viola Pride says, I may be a stupid woman, but why can't Iran have nukes? Don't they have a right to protect themselves? I don't believe they will use them for fear of retaliation would protect from useless strikes. Yep, you're on the money. You're starting to realize it because, North Korea is evil, but they got nukes. We make peace with them, right? Mr. Hooligan, hey, Mayor, I think you mean Myron. Do you believe or think time travel is real? I know it's relevant, but I'm curious. What do you think? We'll probably develop it in sometime in the human future. Your sleep schedule is just as cooked as our foreign policy. Yeah, bro. I'm about to sleep after this, bro. I think they'll run the narrative of no war until Iran does something that they'll interpret as an act of war. They're just waiting for an excuse to go to war. A petrodollar is a stake here. Anyways, have you listened to Lucas Gage's song, Boom Boom Tel Aviv? It's a banger. Bro, you must be new here. Quayne, Myron, I joined Council Club last week, but I could find anything about the Zoom calls. At what time are they on Thursday? Wednesday. They're on Wednesday, right after our show. Hey, Myron, we truly are grateful for dedication and your tenacity in conveying the news from a non-biased point of view. You're leading my only political news channel that we can consume, and we trust you. W. Myron learned a lot from the live streams. Keep up the good work. Yeah, bro. I mean, look, obviously everyone's going to have their inherent biases and their natural tendencies. But, I'm always going to call out, like, when there's Israeli influence. You know what I mean? Which, unfortunately, is a lot of the time. D. Loco, so why doesn't Trump want Israel to be the 51st state? He says we could protect Canada, but I think we could leave Canada behind to protect Israel. Because Israel already is the 51st state, chat. Because they already are. DB says, do we actually know if these sites have been eliminated or is Trump blowing smoke? Didn't Iran pull everything out before because they knew it was going to happen? Exactly, my friend. Someone's using their brain. My audience is fucking smart. So, yeah, dude, good call. They definitely knew it was coming. So, all right, let's go back into Twitter space, guy. Oh, actually, you know what? Let's finish this Rubio interview up.
Secretary did a phenomenal job of managing this process. And obviously, all the way down to the airmen and others who conducted this operation. It was flawless. It was perfect. It was executed with extraordinary skill, and I think demonstrates the capabilities we have, which no other country in the world has anything remotely close to this.
Secretary, what does the road ahead look like from a military standpoint in the U.S. regarding Iran over the near term?
Well, we've achieved our objective. Our objective was to severely degrade and or destroy 3 nuclear sites inside of Iran. One of them had 60% enriched uranium. 60%. Remember, you only need like 3.67% for a nuclear power plant. You only need 20% enriched, very small quantities for like medical isotopes and that kind of thing. The only countries in the world that have anything close to 60% enriched uranium are countries that have nuclear weapons. They have stored 60% enriched uranium in one facility there called Esfahan. They were threatening to...
All right, but ask why they have that. See, they'll never tell you why, though. Like, as if they just decided to go in a room and say, you know what, bro? let's just enrich, bro. Let's just enrich. Like, yeah, you know, fuck it. You know, I know it's like, you know, totally illegal. Like I know it's like, you know, we can totally get in trouble for this or whatever, but let's just enrich uranium, man. Let's just do it. YOLO. No, man. What the fuck, dude? Like, U.S. imperialism and bad Western policy led them to do that shit, man, because we don't control our foreign policy. It's the fucking Israelis, and the Israelis are their enemies. Like, how much more common sense do we need?
Create even more of it. And then they had all these centrifuges that were capable of enriching up to weapons grade at 90%, buried in mountains, I know, but it's all for peaceful purposes. Give me a break. Everybody gets it. You know, unfortunately, they've been able to get away with that game for a long time. Those were the objectives last night. We hit 3 nuclear-related sites controlled by the Iranian regime. And now what happens next will depend on what Iran does next and the regime does next. If they attack us, it would be a terrible mistake on their part. There are they are completely vulnerable. They don't control their own airspace. They can't protect their own airspace. They can't even protect their own leaders. So I think it would be a big mistake if they did anything against us. But look, they'll have to make that decision, and the president will respond accordingly and decisively. But no one, after last night, should be under any illusions. When Donald Trump says he's going to do something, when this president says he's going to do something, he's not just wasting words. He means it.
So was it fair to say they were 1 week away from having a nuclear weapon, and is that all destroyed at this point? Is that gone?
I think it's fair to say they have everything you need to make a nuclear weapon, everything. They have the enrichment capability. They have highly enriched uranium in sufficient quantities to make at least 9 or 10 bombs. All they have to do is spend a couple days enriching it from 60 to 90%. We're certain they have a weapons design. They have mid-range missiles. They have short-range missiles that they could put warheads on. And by the way, they claim to have a space program. It's not a space program. Iran's not going to the moon. They have a space program because they're trying to develop ICBMs, long-range rockets that could one day reach the United States the way North Korea can already reach the United States with their ICBMs. That's what they're working on. They have all the people.
Yeah, he just revealed himself there. Listen to this.
ICBMs, long-range rockets that could one day reach the United States the way North Korea can already reach the United States with their.
So why don't we invade Korea then? Why don't we invade them? I'll tell you why. Because they actually do have nukes. Oh, man.
Their ICBMs. That's what they're working on. They have all the pieces in place to have a nuclear weapon. All that's missing is flipping the switch. But in terms of all you things you need, all the structures, all the science, all of that, they had it all in place. Now, not so much. And that's why we did the world.
Yeah, you guys like watching the mainstream media with me now? I should do this more often, bro. Watch like mainstream news with you guys, just react to like when they say dumb shit like this. Bro, this is comedy, man. It's like I'm decoding it.
A great favor, or we would all wake up one day in less than a decade in a world where radical Shia clerics control nuclear weapons capable of reaching not just the Middle East, but all of Europe and potentially the east coast of the United States. That is an unacceptable risk. There's no way we were leaving that for future generations.
Secretary, final question here. Do you expect Iran to move to close the Strait of Hormuz to try to disrupt
Okay, this is the best question she's asked.
oil transportation across the world?
Well, I encourage the Chinese government in Beijing to call them about that because they heavily depend on the Straits of Hormuz.
Yeah, we talked about that.
For their oil. If they do that, it'll be another terrible mistake. It's economic suicide for them if they do it. And we retain options to deal with that. But other countries should be looking at that as well. It would hurt other countries' economies a lot worse than ours. It would be, I think, a massive escalation that would merit a response, not just by us, but from others. So, look, they're going to say what they need to say. You know, these are the things that need to happen for their own internal politics and so forth. But in the end, we're going to judge them by the actions that they take moving forward.
Well, if they got nothing to lose, bro, like, I don't think Rubio understands that. Like, if they got nothing to lose, that's a complete possibility.
We had 3 objectives. We struck those 3 objectives with decisive force. And that was the point of this mission. And that's what we achieved. What happens next will depend on what they do. They want to negotiate. We're ready to negotiate. They want to get cute and do things that are dangerous. We have responses available that are devastating.
Yeah, like we didn't attack them right in the middle of diplomacy and feigned diplomacy. Okay.
Secretary, was China complicit? We know that jets flew into Iran. We don't know what were on those jets.
No, we don't have any evidence that the Chinese were involved in anything other than perhaps trying to get Chinese nationals out of Iran.
Okay. Secretary, thank you very much for joining us.
All right. Quick word from our sponsor, ninjas. We got this exclusive community for you guys where we could talk about the stuff that we want to talk about. The O/Squad, aka the OSS, is finally here. But without further ado, guys, you're going to get a bunch of perks from joining. Number one, you're going to be able to call into the show when I have call-in sections on the debrief. I'm going to be talking to the OSS members only on there. Also, you guys are going to get discounts on merch and exclusive drops that only OSS members have access to. On top of that, we're going to do one annual meetup completely free on 420 once a year right here in Miami. And then on top of that, whenever I travel, I'm going to let you guys know with the Telegram chat, so you can go ahead and do a meetup there because you're an OSS member. My goal here, guys, is to have you guys be able to support the mission without breaking the bank. We're going to keep membership dues low. You're obviously going to get discounts with annual codes and all types of opportunities to get a better price point. This is basically going to be done so we can continue doing what we're doing, expand the debrief, expand the O/Squad, and be able to have the independence, quite frankly, that is very tough to come by nowadays in a pro-censorship regime. All right, guys, get in for $4, man. Love you, ninjas. Let's get back to the content. All right, let's join this space real quick, see what's going on, and then I'm going to wrap up shop here. We've been on for, what, 4 hours and almost and a half hours, man. I said I'll just get on for an hour to cover the press release, and now look at me. I'm still fucking here, God damn it. But I love you guys. Let's fucking cook, baby. Let's see.
Up a little bit. Complete closure, maybe not, because that's I think that's another phase of the.
I think there are still voices in this administration.
Here, I would just want to mention finally that while watching.
Look at this shit from Thomas Massie, bro.
What he promised us was we would put America first, and I think there are still voices in this administration. You've still got J.D. Vance, you've still got Tulsi Gabbard, you still RFK Jr. You still got calmer heads that could prevail.
They were not persuasive in this case, clearly.
Well, somebody was persuasive. AIPAC is very persuasive, for instance.
Hey, let's go, baby.
Welcome, punch.
Let's go.
It's the Israeli lobby in Congress. If you look at my colleagues' feeds now, they all look the same. They're all tweeting the same message that we've got to support Israel and we've got to do this.
Bruh. Fatality. Let's go, man. I can't believe you say this shit on mainstream media. Let's go.
What he promised us was we would put America first.
But guys, just so you know, this is why they hate Thomas Massie, by the way. They fucking hate him for this shit, bro. He's like the only one that doesn't take fucking money from them, man.
Treasury general account. That's like the checking account for the US Treasury. It's currently got about $446 billion as of last week. Now, it has been depleting over time, which represents basically the pace at which US is able to roll over its debt in order to meet its liabilities. Because the US doesn't bring in enough tax revenue in order to cover its cost, it basically always needs to auction off bonds as they expire and roll over the debt. And so the fact that the interest rate is increasing right now and the Fed didn't cut rates, any significant costs like this, like funding an operation like this, would lead to depletion of the TGA. And right now you're seeing a long-term trend that the auctions of the US debt, they are all still selling out, but they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller. And so this really could set, and particularly if there was a closing down of the strait, which I don't think there will be, but if there were, that's the type of thing that could put America into a debt spiral. Deplete the TGA, and then if they have to sell bonds in distress and they aren't able to meet that mortgage demand, then they have to pay a higher and higher rate, or they have to issue shorter term debt. And so shorter term debt just essentially means we're only able to lend to the US government, or we're only willing to lend to the US government for like a week, 3 weeks, or up to 3 months. Which is essentially the exact same position you'd expect a country like Argentina to be in at the end of a debt crisis. So US can't afford this operation. Any type of market uncertainty that results from this is drawing closer and closer to that inevitable, kind of debt spiral that the US could find itself in, particularly when it's making enemies all around the world because of its tariff policy. And so countries like Japan are not buying them anymore. China's not buying them anymore. The only buyer at the moment is Cayman Islands, which is essentially your own pension. So they're selling your debt to you via BlackRock. And Trump's basically picking up some of the debt via these stable coins. And that's why they're implementing that. So it is a very desperate situation that the US has found itself in. And these operations, they really don't help. They don't help in the slightest. So don't think that there's the almighty, this is a waning power. And you can't analyze based upon history because we're entering into an unprecedented time.
Absolutely, it's definitely unprecedented for sure.
Yes.
I believe, though. Go ahead.
Yes, sorry, Mohamed, I was disconnected for some reason. I don't know what happened.
You were talking about the people in Gaza. So
just a couple of quick points. The first one is about Gaza, and I hope that we keep eye on that because on a daily basis there is.
All right, guys. I think I'm gonna sign off, man. I think I'm gonna sign off, guys. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. If there's breaking news, I'll jump back on. If not, I'll be back on Monday at 5 p.m. Love you, ninjas. I'm dead. I don't want to give you guys a subpar pod. So I'll close it here, guys. Join the OSS, man. If you guys enjoyed the content, man, I still haven't slept, man. So I'm fucking dead right now. So I love you guys. I will. I'll catch you guys either later tonight or tomorrow at 5. So hope you guys enjoyed the coverage. Timestamps will be up. Both streams are up. Did a whole bunch of coverage on War, man. Love you, ninjas. I'll take you guys out with your favorite song. Boom, boom, boom. Shout out to Unforgiven with the gifted sub. I appreciate it, man.
But now you're getting hit. Iranian missiles have your entire skyline lit, and you cry victim and say you didn't start this, but the whole world sees that your lies are retarded. Now you feel terror like the Palestinians. How does it feel to have bombs drop on your civilians? Yo, you could avoid it all this if you wanted to, but humanity never expected good behavior from you Jews. Allah Akbar!
Damn, son, where'd you find this?